What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. We're at the Polderbaan, which is a hub of activity today. In the fields, they are driving out manure. They're doing stuff here in the canal as well, on our side. At first I thought they were trimming the edges of the border, the dike, but that's not it. They were busy here as I was setting up. They are now moving further to the south by the looks of it. We do have a bit of visual hindrance because of the trucks and the digger that are over there. Although it's better now than it was before. They're also working on the other side. The dikes still get reinforced, what they did last year on this side. They're now doing on the other side of the runway area. On the other side there's also a canal. That's where they are working. First departure of the show, Delta Airlines Flight 71. And a truck with manure that just drove past me. And a tractor with something on the back coming this way. Is that also the police coming this way? I think it is. Yep, that's also the police coming this way. So it's bustling with activity. Big picture overwise, this is looking to the east. As you can see, we have the sun out, but also some clouds. Things are opening up. It was more homogeneously clouded this morning. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the west. And finally, again, big picture wise, looking to the north. If all is well, as the day progresses, things should open up. It should stay dry. We're not expecting any rain in the upcoming days, so that's all good. But yeah, it's. I was hoping that maybe the truck and the excavator would move, but now the digger is coming back again, so we'll have to see. Hopefully it's not going to be too bad. If it is going to be really bad, we can always wrap up early and call it a day. I was hoping to go to the Kagbaan this morning, but because of the low ceiling and the expectation that the ceiling was going to stay low throughout the morning, I didn't want to risk going to the Kagbaan without there being anything to see. They were landing on the center runway, but you're not standing properly over there, properly situated to be filming arrivals to the center runway. They pass you by overhead, so it's not optimal. So I figured let's go to the Polderbaan. Haven't been here in a while, at least not on this at this part of the runway. And then you find this upon arrival. Should have gone to the Kagbaan. That's now being used for arrivals. And what's the expression? Hindsight is always 20/20. So the very first departure, I didn't see that before. E2 Embraer 195. And next, the first wide-body Delta Airlines Flight 71 to Atlanta, Georgia. And another Delta behind it, so that's good. Hope the audio is good. If the ambient audio is too loud or too low, let me know. So yeah, it's interesting to see. Not exactly sure what they're doing. Police van just now passed by. That's not the buitenbewaking. I think it's the regular police of Haarlemmermeer. Either way, friendly lads waved and they waved back. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who's joined. Marja, goedenavond. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. And also Wolfgang, good morning. Hope all is well, mate. Good to see you again. Barry, goedemorgen. Good to see you. Marijke, goedemorgen. Vastra Darshine, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen again. Welcome to the show, everybody. Catherine, goedemorgen. Welcome, one and all. Maku Montgomery, Dijzer Rebel, goedemorgen. Sander, goedemorgen. Leo, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. QJ, goedemorgen, kerel. Good to see you again. Before coming this way, I also drove past the the roundabout at the other side, the south side. And what is this? I'm standing here now, all of a sudden I'm seeing this. Looks like a tin can in the shape of a heart. Yeah. Somebody ate the candy and left the tin can shaped in a heart right here in the grass. Had a look to see if on the south side, where I usually used to stand when the runway was being used for departures at the roundabout, where you would have direct sight on Victor 3, the taxiway, if it was clear already, but there's still a fence in front of it saying that access behind it is prohibited. So unfortunately that's not something that we can go, a location we can go back to legally anytime soon at least. I will keep an eye out on it, because on days like today that was a prime location to be filming from. Jay also in the chat, good morning Jay. JP Kraus, good morning. Ham, goedemorgen kerel. Ryan, goedemorgen. Honda, goedemorgen. Leveled, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show everybody. Delta Airlines, flight 133. Still trying to catch up with the chat. Erik, goedemorgen. Ari, goedemorgen. Das Smelly Joeper, good morning. Frits, guten Morgen. Erik, goedemorgen. Aloetje, goedemorgen. Joey Pitt, goedemorgen. Marianne, goedemorgen. Mika, goedemorgen. Hesti, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Alright. The Heijmans truck seems to have turned around. What do they have inside? Is that all measuring equipment or what? Is that a microwave? No. One of those chicken things where you can rotate chickens in. A chicken oven. Ah, fresh food in the workplace. That's a good thing. Let's see. I think this might be an Embraer 175 to Bremen. Adrie, goedemorgen. Rolly, goedemorgen. Bowie de Pauwie, goedemorgen. Romeo, goedemorgen. Yeah, so the next departure is KLM flight 983 going to London City. Embraer 190. Embraers for the time being. Embraer 175s. Next after this, an E2 Embraer. This is an Embraer 190. When the airplane is accelerating and there's cars and people in the foreground, it does make for a nice contrast. Not necessarily the best view, but it does make for a nice foreground, contrasting foreground. Chicken grill, yeah, indeed. Indeed, Marianne. Parallel departures in progress, as is usually the case when the wind is blowing from the north at this time of day. Just a glimpse of the airplane visible before it hit the clouds and no longer visible. Goedemorgen, Adrie. Oost-Wester, goedemorgen. Jij, goedemorgen. Good morning. Embraer 175 to Bremen up next. Let's follow this a bit longer, see how quickly it disappears into the clouds. It's relatively low clouds today. I think the ceiling is at around 1,000 feet, or at least it wasn't shortly before the stream began. Yeah, you can already see The airplane hit the clouds and no longer is visible. Landings on 06 in the background. There's a triple KLM 300, looking at the length of the fuselage. Raskarkapak. Guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. Grüße nach Oldenburg. Ed Brokke, goedemorgen. Wolfgang asks if I could show the name on the side of the truck. It's Heijmans. Heijmans. H-A-I-J-M-A-N-S. I think with this angle it's a bit hard to read. Yeah, it's visible, but the reflections make it a little hard to see. Can you dig it? Hey Jaden, goedemorgen. Cheyenne, goedemorgen. JB, goedemorgen, bon dia. South Island Aviation, good morning mate. E2 Umbrella 195 to Trondheim up next. KLM flight 1151. The PHNXJ. Bobbers, good morning, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody else. So, yeah, I haven't had a lot of rain here. The land is pretty dry. This is a field of wheat. It looks like grass, but it is wheat and is going to make for a pretty golden background in a few months from now. Here on the land along the cycling path, at the beginning of the cycling path, they were already driving out manure, fertilizing. And over here, are they seeding or are they just preparing the ground? I think they might just be preparing the ground. But I'm no farmer, so if anybody knows better, do chime in. I think this is all part of the reinforcement project that was already happening here last year with the pikes and the piles of sand. More of that over there. The piles of sand that we recognized from last year on this side are now positioned over there, so it looks like they are moving from left to right. And they're moving towards the right. And here you can see that the tractors are already dumping sand to reinforce the dike on that side. Sasha, guten Morgen. Tuning in from Lower Saxony. Welcome and good morning. Nielsje, goedemorgen. Pieter Flight Devil, goedemorgen. Wombat Parade, goedemorgen. Good morning. Alan, good morning, mate. Ryan, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Hope you guys are enjoying the Thursday thus far. If you're enjoying the show as well, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help the channel reach more people in the future. Strange position for Donald to be walking around, and early as well, but there you go, there's Donald. Donald Duck doing morning cardio. That's on. He's not ill, is he? You can already hear Chris Coot. He is over here somewhere. But where? Oh, oh, I might have awoken him. Come on. Is that over here? Let me Get my bearing in. No. Where is it over here? Yeah. And that's the nest. So if you're hearing Chris Coot, he is right here. Chris Coot has his nest over here and he is still relaxing, while Donald is over there having a nibble. Indeed, Marijke. Donald might be scared of the chicken grill. Yeah, those two-legged creatures, they'll eat anything. So it does look like everything has moved a bit further that way. It means that right now we cannot see the runway threshold, but everything, once they have cleared the threshold, we should be able to see. I think we'd probably also not see airplanes on Cheaters Lane. Well, in fact, I know for a fact. Well, no, that's this one's the one that's coming towards us started from the threshold. So the silver lining is at least that those trucks are moving further away from us, and that means visibility of the airplanes is going to improve even more by the looks of it. Hey Martien, goedemorgen. Lux bro, good morning. Oh, they're undoubtedly doing something sewage related. I saw PC van der Wiel, which is a Dutch firm that does sewage things. They were there as well. So I know for a fact that they're doing something sewage related over there. Most definitely. Not sure if it is in relation to the project of the replacement pipes that's going on over here. You'd think it is related, but I don't know for a fact. Here we have one of the two airplanes in KLM's fleet in the SkyTeam livery, the 737-900, the PHBKO, no, BXO. And the other airplane is number 190. Last few times that we did see this airplane, we also got to see the other one in the same stream, not far apart. Not sure if the Embraer 190 is scheduled for departure from the Kagbaan this morning, but there is a decent likelihood. So fingers crossed we'll maybe see it. This is KLM Flight 1269 to Copenhagen. Finlay, goedemorgen. Hey Rob, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. So yeah, this is the truck. The Heijmans truck is now hideously in the way of the runway threshold. But once it has cleared it, we should be good again. Now this truck, regular viewers should recognize by now the yellow and white. This is a manure truck. At the beginning of the cycling path over here, there is a container with an open top, and in that, this truck and more of its colleagues will dump fresh manure. Now, a tractor is going to drive over the land of one of the fields of wheat. They had already begun doing that as I was approaching here and was walking up the cycling path. Always nice. If there's not much going on with respect to air traffic, there's always something to see over here. Mostly agricultural related, but still. On my way over here, I passed a few, tulip fields that were flowering and blooming very beautifully until I think probably yesterday late afternoon. Came past them earlier in the week and they were still very colorful. Drove past them this morning and they were all beheaded. They were all just green fields with here and there a remaining tulip. They set the cutters to a certain altitude to cover most of the plants, but the shorter ones, they get away from the beheading procedure, which they do for tulips to promote the growing of the flower bulbs. No, Adri, it's not hot chocolate. Don't want to take a sip of that stuff, nor should you. 01 Mike D, good morning. Lauwe, goedemorgen. Camille, goedemorgen. Jeff, Lance, morning lads. Good to see you both. Leroy, goedemorgen. And Lance says, now the thing is it animal manure or human manure? Because they do that. Haha. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. It smelled, that's all I know. It seems that Chris has gone out of his nest and has begun his morning cardio routine. Hey, also some aquatic birds over there. Oh, that's Chris's cousin, Curtis. In the meantime, KLM Flight 1303 to Gdansk has arrived here, which is interesting. It's going to Poland to the east, and you'd think with 2 runways open, they'd get assigned the eastmost runway being open. So going to the Polderbaan instead surprises me a little. Hey, that's nice, Wolfgang. The tulips we brought back from Amsterdam are also blooming beautifully in Austria. The thing is, you guys can keep the flowers and don't have to behead them. Here, of course, those flowers in the fields aren't grown for the flowers, but for the bulbs. And in order to make those as big and as plentiful as possible, they apparently somehow they found out that beheading them is better for stimulating growth. Always looks a bit sad. You know, a few days earlier it was so colorful. In the meantime, Marianne is celebrating 28 months of membership. Still love your streams. Keep it up, she writes. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Marianne, and for your kind words. I'll do my best to keep it up the best I can. 28 months, that's now no small feat. That's 2 years and 4 months. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking, Marianne. If anything is amiss, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. 28 months of membership. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, long-lasting support, and congratulations, Marianne. That is amazing. Just a few more months, and you too will get another badge, a 3-year badge. So, is it now an Orange Pride badge? Is it a Sunset badge? What do you guys prefer to call it? The next ones are a bit easier, with stars and with a diamond. When making it, I was inspired by the Orange Pride, I have to say. Thought, well, something with blue and something with orange would probably make for a nice badge. Finlay asks, so will they move the construction fences more to the left? The wider they get. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. If you're talking about the fences that they have placed over here, I don't expect that they are going to place any fence where we are at, since the pipes, the temporary pipes, go into the ground over here and the whole thing ends here. So the only thing I'm expecting is that they will get rid of the fences here once these new pipes that are lying over here have been placed and installed properly. And once these have been removed, well, no, maybe they don't. They will remove the fences earlier. The pipes are, of course, on the other side of the cycling path. German Dudist, good morning, herzlich willkommen. Yeah, and Adri says the beheading of tulips is also being done over there in Julianadorp. Well, they grow tulips there for the bulbs as well, so I would think they would do the same practice over there. If it is, so to speak, evidence-based, that it is more effective for growing good bulbs, I'm sure they do it over there as well. Rob Drop, good morning. This is the KLM 100 years, of course, the 787-10 Dreamliner. A little bit of wing fluff. And it's flying away to Bogota in Colombia. There's KLM flight 749. Of course, Colombia right next to. Ecuador! Bit of wing fluff before it is going into the clouds and vanishes. More heavy hitters are coming. KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru. That's 777. 787-10 to San Francisco is also coming this way. Meanwhile, two narrow bodies over here. Air Baltic flight 8588 will be leaving first for Tallinn, and then Shamrock flight 603 to Dublin. Birds chirping, sounds of spring, not yet the temperatures though, mind you. Last few days have been relatively cool, wind blowing from the north, Arctic air, relatively cool. But we should get a sun abundant, or at least a dry weekend. On all days the sun is expected to shine. It's opening up more and more right now as we speak. You can see it around me that patches of blue are getting bigger. Bodes well. Air Baltic on their way to Tallinn. Against the blue backdrop. One of those openings, and a contrail. Yes, you can see them as well. Nice sound, says Marvin. Glad to hear that, mate. I hope that the ambient volume is good. If it is too loud or too low, let me know and I can easily adjust it a little bit if need be. The first of the heavy hitters has arrived here. This is KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru. Next departure is going to be Aer Lingus, aka Shamrock, flight 603, going to Dublin in Ireland. That's an A320. An A320, that's 18 years old already. A330 in the background, landing by the looks of it. Is that Airtronic Cargo? Looks like it. Looks like it might be an Airtronic Cargo A330-200. Hey RDW, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. Welcome back. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. There's no such thing as a stupid question. You don't have to say hi. You can also stay in Lurkers Lounge, but it is always appreciated when people say when new people say hi. But feel free to stay silent and just watch the stream. If you're a subscriber and you have interesting pictures to share, head over to the community section and you can share them with us. This is KLM Flight 743 to Lima in Peru, 777-300. JP Mac Aviation is celebrating 2 months of membership. Thank you so much for your support, JP Mac. I hope that everything in the lounge is to your liking, that you found everything that you need over there. If anything is missing, if anything can be improved, let me know. I hope you'll stay in the lounge for a long time to come, but if not, that's also cool. For now, a massive big thanks for your support, mate. 2 months. Don't forget to use those custom emojis. All members have access to 34 custom emojis and you can use them without any restraints. So feel free to have fun with them, get creative with them. They're your perk as a member, so have fun with them. Next up, KLM Flight 705 to San Francisco. The PHBKF, 6 years old. First flight was in December 2019. The wings creep up higher, more flex. Fluffy fluffiness. Uncle Plane Guy, good morning. Long time no see. It's been a while. Hope you've been well, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Ramon, goedemorgen. Jan, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. So the sun is starting to get out more and more. Things are slowly but surely opening up. This is looking to the north. To my west, things currently look like so. A shady figure is even able to wave to you and say hi. Wind on scale, chimney smoke. Looks like so. Daisy Duck is also already awake. Or is that Donald? No, that's still Donald, isn't it? Come on, focus. There we go. Nibble, nibble. The east currently looks like so. And lastly, looking to the south, things look like so. Big patch of open sky. If anything interesting comes this way overhead, let me know. Let me see if we might be able to catch it. It's getting better and better by the minute in that respect. This is KLM Flight 1137 to Dublin in Ireland, a 737-800. Bart, goedemorgen. And Adi is celebrating almost blue, 1 month. On the brink of turning blue. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Adi. It's always a pleasure to have you in our chat. And I hope you'll keep coming back for many more months to come. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. Hope everything in the lounge has been to your satisfaction the last almost 2 years. If you have any suggestions for improvements, let me know. Adi Janse, almost 2 years a member, on the brink of turning blue. Congratulations and thank you so much, mate. Now, I was talking about manure being driven out in the fields, and that's going on right there. It used to be thrown around, but then environmental regulations got more strict. These days they're all injecting it. You still smell it. It's not going underground, it's deposited only just above the ground. Cheater on Cheater's Lane. So we do have unrestricted access, visibly access to the Cheater's Lane. This is KLM flight 1031 to Persenchester. Behind it should be an Embraer 190, destination Hamburg, and the truck is in the way a little. First up, the A321neo to Persenchester. This is KLM flight 1031. Fax L, Papa Hotel, Alpha X-Ray Lima. First flight was in November 2025. One of the more recent additions to the fleet. Also, a big bird just took off from center. En Mark Choda is tuning in from Den Helder. Goedemorgen. And Laura, mate, what are you doing? Laura van der Heijden just now went ahead, gifting 5 memberships, 5 new people who received a membership and access to our 34 custom emojis for a month. That's all thanks to Laura. Laura, dankjewel. Thank you so much. That is incredibly generous and sweet. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, to the new members. Have fun with the custom emojis, now at your disposal for a month. Don't forget to say thank you to Laura as well. Mate, thank you so much, Laura. That's very generous. And welcome to the new members. This is KLM flight 1753 going to Hamburg, and Embraer 190. Hamburg not far away. And you can see the airplane already climbing out. Alper en Vener, good morning. Richard, good morning. Jaco, goedemorgen. Hans, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Russell and Cheryl are over there. There's the one. And there's the other. Ooh. Inline skates or roller skates. Well, these days most people who do skate have inline skates. Back in my youth, roller skates were the thing. 2 sets of wheels next to one another. That was used to be yellow and blue. Some people over there. If the police see them, at least they'll be kindly asked to park elsewhere. If the copper has a bad day, they might even get a fine immediately, because it is prohibited to be blocking the entry and exits to airside. Lucas asks on what days I am live. That depends on the weather, but if the weather is good, it should be Thursdays through Sundays. But it's just back in our days, wheels were made of stone. You're not that old, are you? Yeah, and cars, and you used to propel your car by foot, like the Flintstones, eh? Skate, so much fun, says Jeff. Did you guys skate when you guys were younger? For a brief moment I had a skateboard, but I never managed to pull off ollies, and that's like the basic thing, and I already got sick of it quite early on already, since I wasn't able to even get the thing airborne. So that was something that quickly passed by, and I don't think I've ever had roller skates. I think I was one of the first that had inline skates, but after a hard fall and ankle damage, that also was a short-lived career as a youngster. Next departure in center is the Singapore A350, says Wolfgang. Thanks for the heads up. Singapore A350. There it is. Maria had strap-on roller skates. Wow, like Friese doorlopers, but then with wheels on them. I didn't even know they had them. Well, back in my youth, buddy, the wheels were made of polyurethane. Guess a lot happened in that 1 year. Why, buddy? Another departure from the center runway. There's also a wide body or two now headed for the Polderbaan. KLM Flight 601 to LAX. And 661, that's to Houston? Or what is it? Yeah, Houston. That was our Baltic. Hey, what is up, Evan? Top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. Welcome back. Hopo as well. Strap on roller skates. JP Mac wanted to learn it and gave up after 2 days and 2 grazed knees. Yeah, that can happen quickly. You have to be very careful. I once tried a drop-in from a quarter pipe, which was just a few feet high, and that also did not end well. I didn't break anything, but I had a sore wrist for a few days, and that also cleared me of my desires to pursue skating any further. Frisian through runners. Yeah, I think that would be a literal translation of the type of skate that we call Friese doorloper in Dutch. Right. Well, it's nice to read that a lot of you actually did skate in some way, shape or form for some period of time in your lives. I guess it's something that everybody wants or sooner or later has to try in their lives. And that's Ryanair. Getting the hell out of here. Next up is going to be KLM Flight 1293 to Billund, which is another 737-900. After which the two wide bodies seem to be next to depart. Or is the KLM to Stavanger? No, the Embraer 190 to Stavanger has already turned left to the thresholds. That's going to be following after the two wide bodies have taken off. So it's narrow body, wide body, wide body, narrow body right now. Shit's rolling here. Is that a shitstorm, man? New Holland tractor with a trailer, an empty trailer. Ryan says that he practices stunt stepping and broke his oh, that's both your arm bones, your lower arm. No, wait, Sparkbane, which one is that? I don't know, I don't remember all the popular names. I only know the medical names of the bones. Anyway, this is KLM Flight 601 to LAX. Bones can recover quite well. It takes a little time, but they heal pretty okay. It's tendons that are usually more time consuming. Jetstream Journeys, good morning. Stacy, good morning and welcome back. Wolfgang asks, how's the sky over Leiden? Well, there's an excrement bridge in the way of the sky to Leiden. That's probably the most hindering. I think Leiden is right below. I think you'll be too close by over here. I think the excrement bridge is probably going to be in the way for a significant portion of the thing. Hey, this is KLM Flight 661 at 777-200 to Houston in Texas, taking off from the runway threshold, and it is visible from the get-go. That's good news. It means that even though I didn't really pay attention to it, they have moved further to the south. That's good. So Lurk, good morning. Martin, goedemorgen. And welcome back, mates. Hey there, Mark. Goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Hamad, goedemorgen. Welcome back. The sun is starting to shine. A few contrails here and there, west to east, east to west, visible. Here too, more are visible. Here too, more are visible. So I recently came across some videos on YouTube about ship spotting from the port of Rotterdam. Very interesting. Never really paid much attention to it until then. Had a look, thought, hey, this is something I could also do with my setup. But then again, the Rotterdam port is pretty far away from where I live. That's like an hour's drive, if not more. Don't think that that type of traffic lends itself well to make live streams. You have to make compilation videos, but it is mightily interesting where in aviation after everything is getting more efficient and less engines. In the world of container shipping, everything is getting bigger, bigger, bigger. Is any of you guys also into ship spotting by any chance? Just wondering. Never a topic of discussion in the live chat, but begs the question. I'm sure some of you might also do tractor spotting or train spotting perhaps even. Jetstream Journeys asks, what is your thought on the KLM A350? Bring them sooner rather than later. Lovely airplanes. I always have been a big fan of A350s. There's no doubt in my mind that the KLM A350 is going to be very pretty, even in the standard livery. Even more so if they would dive into the deep end and get one in a retro livery. In the meantime, Polderbaan is also back in the chat. His last month of having a blue badge, so savor the moment, Paul. You're on your way out with your blue badge, and you're going to get the sunset badge pretty soon. For now, a big, big, big thank you. 35 months of membership, Polderbaan, in the chat, celebrating. No accompanying text along with it, but that's okay. 35 months, that's 2 years and 11 months. If anything is amiss in the lounge, let me know and let me see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. How many more days before you'll get the new badge? Probably not that many. I think we get new 3-year members every day, approximately. I think Han is going to be next and Roy Oerlemans next after that. But Paul is not far behind, I saw that. I see that Sarah is back in the chat. Good morning, Sarah, and welcome back. And Yillard is also back in the chat, and he came in with a bang. He gifted 5 memberships just now. Yillard, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do it, but you went ahead and did it anyway. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, the 5 new members who just received a gifted membership by Yillard. Don't forget to say thank you to him. Enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Get creative with them, but by all means do use them. Massive big thank you, Yillard. Thank you so much. Incredibly generous. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, to the new members, the 5 new members. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Now, Captain Jerry is also back in the chat. He watches ships. Ahoy, mate. Richard, goedemorgen. And Wolfgang says that the C5 is now over the coast, west to east. Leiden and Atlas also 7-4 out. Well, let's first have a quick look at this. This is Air Baltic. Is this the Rasta livery? I think it might be. Where's this? Yeah, no, it's the Rasta livery. Ja man! Air Baltic! Going to Jamaica. No, wait. Next up, KLM flight 751, which is going to go to Quito. That's the capital of Ecuador. I'm not sure if this might be the C5 that Wolfgang was referring to. If it is, then if you backtrack its contrail, you can see that the pipes have been in the way as I thought they were going to be. If it is a different airplane, then obviously I stand corrected. But in that case, I don't think I am able to find it. That's the only airplane currently in the sky that looks like it has crossed over Leiden and is traveling west to east. This is KLM flight 751 to Quito, capital of Ecuador, 7879 Dreamliner, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel, India. 9 years old, first flight September 2016. In the meantime, Nick P 9090 is celebrating 6 months of membership. A nice combo shot. That's Air Baltic, the previous airplane. Nice combo shot of the 2 consecutive airplanes in one shot. As I was saying, Nick P 1990 is celebrating 6 months of membership. 6 maanden bereikt. Time flies. 6 maanden bereikt is Dutch for having accomplished 6 months. And I thank you so much for your membership, Nick. I hope that the 6 months have been to your liking. If anything is amiss in the lounge, let me know. I sound like I know I sound like a broken record constantly, but I honestly mean it. If you guys have any suggestions for improvements, let me know. And I hope you'll stay around. Keep coming back to the live chat for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular visitor. In the meantime, more people have gathered. Tina, goedemorgen, good to see you. And welcome to the show, Clemencia. Long time no see. Hope all is well. SAS up next. Flight 552 to Copenhagen. That's an A320neo. And Arne van der Ben just became a member again. He renewed his membership. Welcome back, mate. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence. We kept your seat warm. Insofar as there's a need for that. The Aurora Skylounge comes with heated seats, so might as well keep your seat warm. Welcome back, Arne. Thank you so much. Good to have you back. JP Kraus says that Air Baltic is not Rasta, it's the flag of Lithuania. Same colors, pure coincidence. What? Next thing you're going to tell me is that the Austrian flag livery is not the Austrian flag livery, but the Lithuania. No, what was it again? Let's see, Estonia, that's not it. The other one. Ooh, that brings me back. That takes me back to topography back in middle school. Estland, Lithuania. No? Yeah. No? Latvia. Latvian. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. That's the Baltic states. Next thing you're going to tell me is that the Austrian flag livery is not the Austrian flag livery, but the Latvian flag. Dragon Track, buongiorno. This is Tui. Japanese characters, Ohio gozaimasu. Welcome back. We have four airplanes right now lining up, queuing up at the threshold of the runway. 3 narrow bodies, 1 wide body. The wide body is going to Portland in Oregon. I think I recall knowing someone who lives there. Who was it again? Pretty sure there's somebody I know who is from that part of the world. Who is it again? Henk, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. Brandon, goedemorgen. Messmaster, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. Steven also back in the chat. Good to see you, Steven. Hey, JB Paagman, goedemorgen. Welcome back. Happy Thursday to all of you. We're here at the Polderbaan, as you guys can see, which is bustling with activity today. Not just aviation, they're doing something sewage related in the canal over here. In the wheat fields over there, they are fertilizing, they're injecting manure over there. On the other side, they are working on reinforcing the dikes. The project that they also did over here last year. Still quite a bit of activity. More agricultural things going on over there as well. And you'd almost forget that there's also stuff going on with departures. Airplanes departing. Steven says, I didn't know there was another Just Plain Nuts. Well, as it happens, somebody reached out to me on Instagram as well. Not the name of the person or the channel was some Oompa Loompa. No, not Oompa Loompa. It was something totally unrelated. And it said, hi friends, this is Just Plain Nuts, and somebody I'd have to look it up. I knew it wasn't you, but it also came in my my mailbox that I first need to check the unapproved users. So apparently there is somebody else out there also named Just Play Nuts. Let me see if I can get. Let me see if I can get my Insta open on my browser and have a look. Contact request, Baba Ganoush. Hi my friends, this is Just Plain Nuts. Let me hover over the message. I've been ill with an intestinal virus and trying to recover. Looking forward to hopefully seeing everyone on Thursday. But the username Baba Ganoush, no picture attached to it, so I thought that's not Steven. But it's interesting that somebody is also oh, so that was you. Why? So why have an alt account? You were acting suspiciously, mate. I didn't think it was you. Interesting. Well, I hope you've recovered from the intestinal infection. I was expecting a different account from a person who I've already corresponded with before. Anyway, so that's sorted. Time for KLM flight 615 to Portland, Oregon. 787-10 Dreamliner and Etihad is going to be next after that to Abu Dhabi. Is that a special livery today? Doesn't look like it from here. No. Wah, wah, wah. Hey Klaartje, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. This is KLM flight 615 to Portland, Oregon. We began the stream with visual obstructions further down the runway and with a lot of cloudiness. Those clouds are dissolving beautifully. Things are opening up more and more by the minute. This is looking to the north, this is looking to the west, this is looking to the east, and lastly looking to the south. Oh. Etihad up next. Flight 44 to Abu Dhabi, 7879 Dreamliner. Normally speaking, you'd think it would take the center runway. The fact that it isn't tells me that they may have closed the center runway a bit early. Maybe it's another one of those days where they do the switch at 10:40 instead of 11. With a little bit of luck, that means that this runway is now open for an hour from 10:40 until 11:40. Meanwhile, a warm welcome back to Hunter Cat. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Looks like we have hot shoes. Yep, hot shoes. The hatches will probably close while the gear stays out. In a few moments, yep. That's what usually happens. Hot brakes, they need to cool down first. Once cooled down sufficiently, the hatches will reopen. The main gear will, or at least all the gear will retract. And it'll be on its way again as normal. Hot stuff coming through. Initiating turn to the east. And oh no! Stupid clouds.
Oh, bitch, get out the way! Get out the way, bitch, get out the way!
We want to see whether or not the gear retracts. It should. This is something we see every now and then. Almost always at some point the gear will retract as normal. Well, it's a good thing that the clouds are thinning. Otherwise, it would have been a bit harder to follow this airplane for such a long time. I think we might still lose it here. Yeah, well, maybe, maybe not. Not too sure. In the meantime, good morning, bus. And also a massive big thanks to Captain Jerry, who just now super chatted. It's cheaper to fly from AMS to Dublin than to PDX. Non-stop AMS to PDX is around $400. Looks like the gear has retracted successfully and the hot shoes have been resolved. How much does it cost to fly to or from Dublin in comparison, Jerry? $400 is doesn't sound like a lot. That sounds pretty cheap actually. And that's a direct flight as well. That's nice. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, which is getting more sunny and more lively by the minute. The sun is out and there's a lot of things going on here, not just departing airplanes but also around the runway. Agricultural activity is happening and also construction activities are happening. Next departure, Air Pegasus, Air Oink Oink, going to Antalya in Turkey. It's an A320neo. The TCNCS, November Charlie Sierra. Sun Express in the background, that's also probably going to be going to Turkey. This airplane is 5 years old, first flight August 2020. The on-call bird controller is K2 right now. That's why they have pickup trucks here to drive through that rugged grass. Oh wow, 500 to 600 for Portland to Dublin. That's insane. Is that with the same carrier or? Because it is geographically closer by. It'll save you an hour's flying, an hour's worth of flight. Crisptron, that's a tongue breaker. Tuning in from Thailand. Good morning, good afternoon. Afternoon for you. Morning for us. Hey Gertin, goedemorgen. Jij ook een hele mooie dag. Thank you so much. Gertin wishes me a very beautiful day in Dutch. The same to you, of course. Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Paul. Hope all is well, mate. Hope you guys are having some sunshine over in Yorkshire as well. Over here we began the show with cloudiness, but that's nicely opening up again. Last night had dinner with Lise and an uncle and aunt of mine. After that I still, because it was crisp and clear, still went out to tinker around with my telescope. Still struggling a little. To get a very accurate polar alignment. You should be able to get that with the hand controller, but turns out it's not consistently reliable, not always very accurate. So I think I'm now going to look to see if I might be able to connect my mount to a laptop so that I can have software help me with this. It's a nice hobby, but it's very time consuming. Also doesn't really work well with having a daytime job and streaming. So second consecutive night of going to bed at 2 and the alarm this morning at 7. Luckily with the sun now out, I'm not feeling fatigued, but it doesn't really mix well with obligations during the day. Hey, happy to hear that, Paul. Is the sun shining in Yorkshire today or is it cloudy over there? All's well on my end as well. Just a little fatigued as I was just explaining, obviously. Well, not yet actually. The fatigue will probably come when I get home this afternoon. Twin jet over there. That looks like it may be BA. If I had to guess, I'd say it's BA. Hunter Cat says we have 2 telescopes but haven't used them in a while. What scopes do you guys have? I have a Celestron C6 on an ASGT CG5 mount. I've updated the hand controller recently, which requires you to have a serial to USB-A connector. So on paper, at least that's what Gemini AI was saying. On paper, I should be able to connect my MacBook Air, which I'm using to do the imaging with. Should be able to connect them, and then I should be able to use the ECOS software to do polar alignment through plate solving, which is not only faster but also more accurate than using the polar alignment routine in the hand controller. So that's something I'm going to look into in the upcoming days. Hopefully find a solution for that soon. Cloudy now, but sunshine forecast later. I sure hope so, mate. Here in the Netherlands, we should have a nice few days of sunny weather. Not completely sun abundant, but some clouds now and then, just like we have right now. Also no rain or any other form of precipitation expected. Maybe a little bit of fogginess in the early morning, but that should be burnt away by the sun in the morning. Marcus, goedemorgen. Final Fantasy Dave, goedemorgen. Martin, good morning. Ah, Jerome's back still hurts from the Ryanair landing to AMS. Like you said, you pay for the cheap tickets with your spine. Or something to that effect. I remember you saying that. If this thing spreads out, it's going to be massively wide. It's probably for, what's it called again? Spraying against bugs and whatnot. More manure trucks. And an A320 to Paris. Air France rolling. There it is. Hey Janus, good morning mate, welcome back. Guten Morgen, Franz Sebastian. Und herzlich willkommen. Both are Celestrons, one is huge, the other is smaller, but you'd have to ask Mr. Huntcat for specific details. Well, let me know next time he is in the chat and I'll ask him. One of them is huge, so that must be a C11 or C14 then probably. Those are the biggest diameter scopes they probably have. There's always a lot to see. This one is going back to Warsaw, and after that it's going to be KLM flight 591 to Johannesburg. Good morning, Simply Planes with Henry, who writes, good morning everyone, new subscriber here, very much enjoying the stream, awesome. Thank you so much for your kind words, Henry, and welcome to the channel. Nice of you to say hi. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying the show. I hope everybody is. If you are enjoying, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. If you are enjoying and you want to help this channel grow. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi like Henry just now did. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We are with quite a few people today. And if you have a question, together we can probably answer it. And there's no such thing as a stupid question. Caleb 591 on its way to Johannesburg, South Africa. It's a 777-300. Which one is this? This is the PHBVI, Bravo Victor India. 13 years old. First flight was in June 2012. Now, when I'm going to a runway to film departures, I never really look at the departures list, because the usual flights will take off anyway, and the cargo airplanes are always very random. They have scheduled times on paper, but in actual practice, hardly ever do they take off at the time mentioned in the departures list. So the question always is, are we going to get any 747s today? I'm not sure that we will. I hope we are, of course, but you never know. Is there anybody who has already seen anything and knows with more certainty whether or not there might be a 747 coming? Like I said, I didn't see if there were any in the departures list. I could see that there were a few 747s underway to Schiphol today. So I imagine that if there are a few coming, maybe one or two might also be leaving. But then again, they might also leave at a moment when parallel departures are in progress, and we'd still miss out on seeing them taking off from this runway. It seems that we've crossed through 300 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Michael van der Werf, goedemorgen. And Rubes GR says, hello boy, greetings from Johannesburg in South Sometimes I wonder if you guys are actually from South Africa, or if you just want to hear the tune and just say that you guys are from South Africa. Either one is okay with me. It's all about having a good time, and as long as you guys aren't bored yet with the same sound effects. Good morning, Kevin. Captain Jerry super chats that the poop sprayer needs the blue pill to get bigger. The poop sprayer needs the blue pill. Which poop sprayer are you talking about? The one over there? Well, they're not going to get. You're talking about the. Whoa, where? That thing that I saw on the other side of the runway that I am now no longer seeing. It's probably in the field already, with its wings extended. Not necessarily sure that is a poop sprayer. Anyway, thank you so much, Jerome. You really didn't have to use a super chat to get that message across. Let me see if we can find that poop sprayer in a moment. I also saw a... Oh wait, I'm probably still too far zoomed in, aren't I? There it is. So a twin jet passing by north of me. Singapore A350. another one, the second Singapore A350 of the show. Is that on its way from London or from Manchester? Persenchester. Probably the latter. More stuff in the sky. Things are opening up nicely. It's mostly open right now, I'd say. Mostly contra remnants that linger. I'm not sure I think that those are low clouds actually, that are still dissolving. Looking over to the west. Northwest is where you can see most, and the north, the far north at the horizon is where you can see most cloudiness thus far. That's also what they expect, what they forecasted. Most cloudy weather in the north of the country today, and things should open up nicely as the day progresses. Ooh. So what I assume is Mrs. Huntercat says that the big scope says CGE Pro and is about 9 foot high, and the other one doesn't have anything written on it but is blue and about a foot high. The CGE Pro is the mount. That's the mount that moves the telescope around. And is there also a tube placed on the CGE Pro? That is a nice mount, by the way. Can do proper astrophotography with that machine. Has a lot, has very little periodic error, and you can also program it with periodic error correction so that it follows the stars really accurately. New York to Singapore. Oh, well, thanks for the update there, Henry. Here I was thinking it was probably underway from London or Persenchester. But it has been underway for at least 6 hours then. Already. So, next up, Delta Airlines flight 143. No, 135, then 143, and then KLM flight 627. The American exodus is beginning. This is Delta Airlines flight 135 turning onto the runway threshold, going to Detroit, Michigan. 143 next after that is going to go to Seattle. This is an A330-300. Wolfgang was saying that there is no clipping. Well, we'll see. Don't think we've had a lot of A330-300s yet, so this will be the litmus test. Loudest departures usually are the A330-300s. In the meantime, a warm welcome to the show. If you just joined us, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at a sun-abundant Polderbaan right now. 36 left. Currently the only runway in use for departures. That is going to change at around 11:40 local time. But now, everything outbound, leaving via this runway. No 747s yet, but there might be one later. Earlier this morning we saw wing fluff over the top foil of the wings quite regularly. Right now that's no longer the case. The relative humidity seems to be decreasing as it's getting warmer and more sunny. Mike asks, what's that huge pipe build going over the road on your right? Are you talking about the excrement bridge over here, or are you talking about something else, Mike? Hey Charlene, goedemorgen. Long time no see. Charlene also back in the chat. Good to see you again. Hope you've been well in the meantime. To me, it feels like it's been a long time since we last saw you in our live chat. Welcome back. Next up, Delta Airlines flight 143 on its way to Seattle, Washington, home of Bill J. This is the November 439 Delta X-Ray, first flight August 2025. And that means on Flight Radar it gets the label brand new. Airplanes less than a year old all get that label. Finlay asks if the fry shop is already coming every day to the park spot of the Polderbaan. Well, I haven't been here in a while. Usually, from experience, I can tell you that if it is sunny weather, and I mean it's vacation time, school vacations this week as well, they usually are here. Also in the winter time. In the weekends, they're here almost always. And the fries truck is almost always here. The ice cream truck a bit less frequent, but if it's getting sunny and warmer, it usually is here during the weekends as well. The fries truck also sometimes is here during weekdays if it is nice and warm weather. On a day like today, my expectation is that if once I go back after I'm done streaming and return to my car, that the fries truck will probably be there, more likely than not. Alain is asking how our ducks are doing. Well, that's a good question. Donald was in the water here before. Atypical for him to be here so early, but right now I'm looking around and I'm not seeing him. So I'm not sure I can give you an update of how Donald is doing. I do see that Chris Coot is back on his nest, which is right here. Jilles, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. AMS Spotter, goedemorgen. Marieke, goedemorgen. Welcome everybody else. As the A330 is was passing me by, so too was the police. That's the buitenbewaking Schiphol, the department Roelof is also a part of, with their BMWs. So, not completely alone over here, relatively busy for a Thursday, but as I said, it is May vacation as they call it in Dutch. School holidays began this week if I'm not mistaken. I don't have kids, so don't know for sure, but I heard on the radio that the school vacation had begun, so I assume this week it began. The T is usually technical support. TR is training, if I recall correctly. And T is technical, is the tech support. American Airlines Flight 203 to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, up next. 7879 Dreamliner. The November 829 Alpha November. Now it's an 8-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in July 2017. 1, 2, 3, 4 more airplanes over here, including another Dreamliner to San Jose by the looks of it. No hot shoes on this Dreamliner. Rekko, goedemorgen. Mohammed, good morning. Goedemorgen. Local Waku, goed bezig. Thank you so much and good morning. Robert Johnson, good morning. Daan Baas, goedemorgen. Carol, good morning. Robert, good morning. Over here. Or has he gone? Chris Coot has his nest over there. It's hard to make out if he is still sitting there. I think he is. Those are his black feathers. Meanwhile, over there, they're still injecting manure in a field of wheat. Over here, this is also wheat. It looks like grass, but it is wheat. Should be turning golden in the upcoming months gradually. You'll start recognizing it as wheat. Next up, EasyJet to Persenchester. No time to waste. The next airplane is already rolling. KLM flight 1799 to Düsseldorf. SAS after that to Stockholm. And then two wide bodies. KLM to San Jose. And Delta to Salt Lake City by the looks of it. Yeah, that's the Salt Lake City. Ken and Manuela tuning in from Australia. Love the live streaming as always. They say welcome to you both. More people from down under representing Aussies and the Kiwis. Let yourself be heard. Right. Let me see if I can quickly copy paste the ticker or the meter and paste that in the ticker for you guys. An update of the weather. Not that there is much weather to report, but still have to update that manually for the time being, because I'm also using the ticker for more messages and whatnot. So that's no longer automated, but it will be again. Will be again at some point. Not much weather to report. It's opening up. It's almost completely blue over here, as you guys can see. Lovely. Looking to the north, hardly any clouds. Looking to the west, everything is open as well. Oh, and I spy with my little eye. Let me turn around so that I can film it a bit better. Quad-engined contrail passing by just now. Let's have a quick look. What is that? Can we still make out? Oh, C-17 by the looks of it. Or that's a C-17, isn't it? Looks like it was a C-17, if I had to guess. Next up, KLM flight 639 to San Jose, 7879 Dreamliner, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Charlie, 10 years old, first flight October 2015. Absolutely wonderful. The real CM, good day mate, and welcome. More Aussies representing down under. Robert Albertson is tuning in from the Philippines. Welcome Robert, nice of you to say hi. Chillin' Zone Michael, good morning. And Charlene, what are you doing? Charlene just now went ahead, gifted 5 memberships. That is extremely sweet and generous. You didn't have to do it, but you went ahead and did it anyway, Charlene. Thank you so much for your generosity, and a warm welcome to everybody who just received a gifted membership. Congratulations on your membership. Don't forget to say thank you to Charlene. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Use them by all means. They're there to be had fun with, so make sure that you do. Charlene, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity. And I hope that everybody who just received a gift of membership will enjoy it and will also say thank you for it. Good morning to Carla Lou, who is watching from Hull with a lovely cup of Yorkshire tea. That sounds good. And warm welcome to you too, Carla. Dick, goedemorgen. Rizik official, good morning. I see quite a lot of, for me, relatively new names. Nice to see. And that on a Thursday. A warm welcome to everybody who joined. You're watching AMS Live. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. If you haven't already left a like. This is Delta Airlines Flight 57 going to Utah, Salt Lake City. Previous airplane. We've seen a few of these combo shots already, where the previous airplane turning away to the east, making an appearance, a cameo in the background of the departing airplane that we're following. How long has it been, Charlene, that you've been away? Do you remember? Must be several months at least, if I had to guess. Danbas says, I'm new too. I'm flying this afternoon. Where are you going to or from? Familie Valkering, goedemorgen. Adi says, spread the love for airplanes. Indeed, indeed. Turkish flight 1952 to Istanbul, Turkey. It's 11:28. I think in 10 or so minutes from now, airplanes to Istanbul will be leaving again via the center runway until approximately 1 o'clock, and then from 1 till 2, once again, the configuration we're currently having will be in place once more. So we've had an hour of just the Polderbaan open for departures. That's been from approximately 10:40 and should probably be over in 10 minutes from now, around 11:40. I am expecting the center runway to reopen. Means that outbound traffic will be divided among two runways. Everything going to the east most likely will go from center, and everything to the west will most likely keep coming to the Polderbaan that we are standing right next to. Almost 6 months. Wow. Well, there you go. Now, truth be told, I haven't been streaming nearly as much in the last 6 months as I would have liked either. So there also have been far less opportunities to be joining us in the last few months. The weather is definitely a relevant factor in that matter. There's a Quantrail coming this way. Hard to see yet what it is. It's most likely coming from Frankfurt or maybe Munich, but 9 out of 10 times it is a Lufty 74 or A340. We'll pick that up again in a few moments when it is closer by. Henry has to go. He's got some serious gardening to be done. Thank you for this fantastic content. I will set notifications, so hopefully we'll catch you all soon. Well, I should be out again tomorrow and on Saturday and Sunday too, Henry. All the best with your gardening work. I'm also planning on doing part 1 of my lawn renovation this Monday. All the best with your gardening, mate. United is coming this way. That's a 767 to Houston. No, to Washington. To Washington. And you guys were already spoiling it. A340, the overhead traffic. It's now above the excrement bridge, so it's now moving away from the sun. The contrast should be getting better and better, and we should be able to see more of it as it continues heading to the northeast. And there you go. A340, that definitely looks like one. Is that Lufty? Or, well, it almost certainly has to be, but it doesn't look like a regular Lufty livery. So I'm wondering, is this, what was it again? What was their alliance? Star Alliance. It doesn't look like Star Alliance to me, or is it? Well, looking at the tail, might be the Star Alliance livery. Lufty Star Alliance livery, question mark? If I could have one guess, I'd say that. A340 Lufty Star Alliance livery. Bear is also back in the chat. Welcome back. And welcome back to everybody else who may have joined. Earlier in the show, we had a lot of cloudiness, and the works that they are doing in the canal, probably related to sewage, was happening a bit closer by, so visibility in the beginning of the show was pretty more abysmal than it currently is. Right now they're still working, but visibility of the threshold and cheaters lane is unhindered. Bird control is on the runway, doing an inspection of sorts quickly by the looks of it. Thank you so much for that information, for sharing that, Jerry. I am going to trim my bush and hole where the sun don't shine tomorrow. So, a full agenda then for you. A full day's work. Full day's worth of work. That's why we all love you. It's those informational tidbits that we all want to hear. In the meantime, I am going to have a drink to that. Just a small glass. Bottoms up, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, nice. Dan is flying from Amsterdam to Johannesburg. Nice. 777 probably, right? And Rob is also doing the Amsterdam to Johannesburg on Saturday. Nice. Mike asks, how's the odor? Well, over here I'm not smelling any manure. Only a waft occasionally when one of those trucks passes by or a tractor, but over here the wind, I think, is also not blowing any odors into my direction. In my direction, I think, no, I'm not smelling anything particularly manure-like where I'm standing. And it's pronounced Bina Bear. Really? Bina Bear? Bina Bear. Right, okay. Bina Bear. Apologies for the mispronunciation. Sam XXL, good morning. Vroom, good morning. Silje, goedemorgen. Lufty A319 to Frankfurt coming this way. And it sure is gardening, Jerry. And even if it wasn't, doesn't matter. Those older A320s and 19s also make a very particular whistle when they pass you by. With those airplanes, it is during departures. With the E2s and the A220s, it is upon arrival. Quite typical. I see contrails moving from west to east, south of me, but those look like small narrow bodies. So I'm not going to point the camera up. Keep the camera focused on the first 767 of the show. United Airlines flight 947 to Washington. United, of course, I mean. United. United to Washington. engine's a bit more smoky than you'd see on average with newer airplanes. Most airplanes that we see here are also a bit less old than this one. Ooh, nice combo shot. That is nice. The 767 that we just now saw, 34 years old, first flight March 1992. That takes me back to when I was still 9 years old and I would only turn 10 in August that year. So still in elementary school, probably had just begun learning English. Chris Coot is making noise. Is it coming from the nest? I think it is. So his nest is right here, but it's hard to find him in between all the reeds. Even though he is black and stands out pretty clearly, normally speaking. So the 767 we filmed just now was from 1992. Here is another one that's going to Houston in Texas, United Flight 21. This one is from October 1992. So the airplane that we saw just now had its first flight in March 92. This one October, so only a tad younger, a few months. A respectable age. And Willem from Vlaardingen is also saying hi. That's W Jongste. Welcome, Willem. Hope all is well. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, runway 36 left, which I think still is the only runway open for departures, but pretty soon won't be anymore. Center will probably open up pretty soon, minutes from now. You guys were asking about an update about the ducks, and I think Donald has once again been sighted. No Daisy to be seen. Nor have I ever seen any bird use one of these ramps that they've also left behind when they were done with the reinforcements that took place here last year. 767 is doing a turn and burn, so the camera will be back at the airplane for now. Donald is doing all right, but Daisy's missing. Not sure if she's out shopping or anything else, or sleeping in, or if maybe they separated in the meantime, because that might also happen. Nothing lasts forever, not even the romance between Donald and Daisy, perhaps. Hey Donald, what up, mate? Yeah. Quack, quack.
Quack, quack. Quack, quack. Quack, quack.
Daisy's looking after the kids. Ah, classical division of labor. Donald is out and about with his mates, while Daisy is at home watching the kids. Old-fashioned. Hey Mark, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Arne, goedemorgen. Lots of US Air Force in the sky, now a KC Stratotanker. Mate, if you look on Flight Radar, you can see Stratotankers, C-17s by the heaps these days. They fly over Dutch, over the Netherlands on a daily basis these days. Boss asks an interesting question. Which bird would be the divorce lawyer then? Probably an owl? With all his wisdom? Not sure. Good question though. Hans says, looked like Donald got an eviction notice on the wall. Oh dear. You can play with your friends and be out indefinitely. Don't come back and expect Daisy to open the door for you. Lufty Flight 2303 to Munich up next. That's an A320neo. JetBlue to Boston. Next after that, Sarah. It's coming home. And Charlie Brown is tuning in from Orlando, Florida. Good morning. And Will McTee, good morning. Tuning in from Dubai. Welcome to the show, both of you. And everybody else who has joined as well. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have a question, don't be afraid to ask. There's no such thing as a stupid question. And we are with a great many viewers, so together they know a lot. We know a lot. There's not only a lot to see, but also a lot to know. EasyJet. And the airplane after that. It's time for JetBlue Flight 32 to Boston, Massachusetts. It's already spooling up and rolling. No time to waste. They are moving with haste today. And it's 10:43 and thus far I'm not seeing any departures from center yet. Probably isn't going to be long before the next departure from center will take off. Right, the A321neo on its way to Boston. Just 2 years old. First flight was in September 2023. The November 4076 Juliet. Duke Raoul, Gritzy Gritzy. And Jean-Yves, salut mon ami. Welcome to the show, guys. Robot Channel, good morning. My friend was on that EasyJet, the Robot Channel says. Well, he is on his way now, safely and soundly. Oh. I see a contrail and I see an airplane that isn't producing a contrail. That's interesting. The one on the right does seem to be a bit lower still than the airplane that was producing a contrail, so might just be an altitude thing. We keep getting those combo shots, nice. Michael DCA is also back in the chat. Good morning, Michael. Welcome back. And Mike asks, do the planes fuel from ground-based outlets? I think they are at the main terminal. If the airplanes are located at a place where there's no covered ramp, which is immediately next to the main terminal, I think they might use tank trucks. But most of the fueling, if I recall correctly, it's been a long time since I last have visited. That is a good question. It's been a long time since I last visited the Panorama Rooftop Terrace where you can see best. From memory, I'm inclined to say that they do fuel from underground, and only when the airplanes are parked further away do they sometimes use tank trucks, but don't pin me down on that. That's a good question though. Right, quad coming this way, and also something flying into the other direction. Was that a strata tanker perhaps? I'm not sure. It did pass by further to the south at a respectable distance. We wouldn't have been able to see a lot of it on its when it was closest by. Coming this way is KLM flight 691, which is leaving for Toronto in Canada. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner. Brand new, really brand new. This one began service in January this year. The PHBKS, that must be one of the newest additions to the fleet then, if not the very latest. So this Dreamliner began service in January this year. It's 10:47, and normally speaking at this point the center runway should also have opened up for traffic taking off to the east. Yeah, maybe Tarom to Bucharest will be taking off via center, and maybe the Embraer 175 to Krakow as well. The BA is going to London and should be coming this way. We'll see. As I said before, there's a lot to see today. Agricultural activity taking place. They're also still reinforcing the dikes around the Polderbaan area, and over there you can see they're working on that. That quad passed by, and we should be able to get a bit contrasty footage from it right now, even though it is further away. That's a 747 looking at the nose. What carrier? Well, it can only be a handful. It's either one of the cargo carriers or one of the passenger carriers. It didn't really immediately struck me as lufty, so I'm not sure what it was. So they're also still working over here on this side in the canal, doing something that is sewage related. Diggers over there, and we have a moment of calmness before our next airplanes. Hey, the airplane to Krakow is also coming this way. That's interesting. Makes me wonder if Tarom is also coming this way. If that's the case, it looks like it may be just the Polderbaan that's still open. That would be interesting. It's almost 10 to 12. Oh, and it was lufty. Well, there you go. It was a passenger lufty. Looking up and around me, there's also a control coming from the east that is going to pass north of me. That looks like a twin-engined airplane. Not sure if that's narrow body or wide body. North of me, there's not much to see in the sky. And all the controls that are visible are already far away and are moving away from us. Also moving away from us are the tractors that are depositing sand over here. This is just a continuation of the project that was taking place on this side of the canal last year, where they reinforced the wall and the dike. You still remember probably those poles, those pikes being driven into the ground here at some point, and those boards placed in between them. A1! Quick wave to the driver and the passenger who waved back. A1. Not sure if the A is authority or something else. If all is well, the next two airplanes have turned from the main platform area and are now headed for the Polderbaan area. They should become visible from behind the shed on the left in a moment. BA leading the way, BA to London, followed by number 175 from KLM to Krakow. Wolfgang says that there is a beluga over Utrecht, south to north. Straight south to north, or is it also a bit west to east, east to west? I'm looking in the direction of Utrecht because that's basically where the camera is also pointed at. Looking for something that is coming this way. It probably isn't producing a control because I'm not seeing anything south to north that should be in the vicinity of Utrecht. Now producing a control. Tarom is also for 3-6 left, so for some reason they're keeping the Polderbaan open and keeping the center runway closed. I'm not complaining, but it's not what normally would happen at this point in time. I'm looking to see if I can find a beluga somewhere in the sky. Often when we are able to catch it, it is flying in the vicinity of Alkmaar, north of us. Now there's one flying over Utrecht, coming to the north from the south. Bit to the northeast, but it's too far. Well, it depends on how far away it is. The thing is, if it isn't producing a control, you need to happen to see it. I'm now scanning the sky directly east of me because it probably has passed further north already in the meantime. One thing is for sure, the beluga is not producing a control as far as I can see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. BA and KLM have arrived at the threshold. Are they both going to the threshold? Yep, they are. British Airways, flight 431 to London Heathrow. That's the first departure. BA flight 431, an A320. The Gio. That's Golf Echo Uniform Yankee Oscar. 12 years old, first flight May 2013. Doing a turn and burn, immediately coming this way. Immediately followed by KLM flight 1325 to Krakow. Jerry says you should volunteer to mow the grass by the runway by using a riding mower. That would be fun, wouldn't it? I think it would be a fun job to be doing. To begin with, but also the location, of course. I'm sure Schiphol Group has a professional party contractor that they're using for that. Gardening company or something. Mr. Mad About Planes is also tuning in from Brisbane in Australia and says you have a C-17 heading your way. That should be the second one of the show. Now, if you guys want me to show you overhead traffic, it helps tremendously if you tell me where it is going to. I think I see something with quad engines that is flying south of me. If that's not the C-17, I don't know what is. Need to point the camera a bit lower. I think this is it. So that's the second C-17 of the show already. These machines fly on this route on a daily basis. I also see them when I go for a bike ride in the late afternoon, almost daily, if not daily. I've never seen so many C-17s overhead, or just to begin with, since the run-up to the NATO summit last year. Last few weeks, we have seen multiple every day. So yeah, C-17, another one. Fat chunker. Looks puny from here, but see those things on the ground and you can see they're big behemoths. Tarom is coming this way. That's over there. Tractors in the foreground. No wheat. Oh yeah, that is Tarom. For a moment I thought, hey, that's an A320 or something, but I was wrong. Wolfgang says that the orange pride is now number 3 for runway 24. Runway 06 you mean, for arrival, or... So that should be on final to runway 06. The backlight is not working in our favor. We should be able to recognize it as the orange pride, but don't count on being able to see many details from here with the lighting. Razor013 is also back in the chat. Goedemiddag, heb ik iets gemist? Not much. We've yet to see the first 747 of the show. A few specials. Few C-17s overhead. Construction and renovation and farming activities. And an interesting weather change, seeing the sky go from almost completely gray and no blue to hardly any clouds in the sky right now. Quite a significant change in weather. Mr. Mad About Planes says, I love the controls overhead. Me too, mate. If anything interesting is coming my way, do let me know. There's quite a few airplanes in the sky, almost always. But you need the right conditions to see them. You need cloudless skies at low altitude, and you need relative high humidity and the right temperature up in the sky. Today, it's one of those days where you can see the airplanes properly. Well, it has to be Air Canada. Or is it BA? That's not BA, is it? Or is it? It's not Delta, so it's either BA or it is Air Canada. I'm not exactly sure. At first glance, I thought it was Air Canada, but then again, I think it may be BA. Do BA fly Dreamliners to... What is that then, Person Chester? Twin jet over there. And another twin over there. That's now southwest of me, quite clearly Lufthansa. Right, the next departures from Polderbaan are here. Tarom, and after that KLM to Bergen. So interestingly, Center still seems to be... No, wait. No. I spoke too soon. KLM flight 877 to Mumbai is lining up on the threshold of center. So center is open. Center is open, all right. Center now has opened up. Daarom to Bucharest. Airbay is tuning in from Feyenoord. Greetings back. And it was an Air Canada Dreamliner. Alright, so Air Canada after all. David Wolf is also back in the chat. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're here at a sun-abundant Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. It was the only runway for departures until just now, but the KLM to Mumbai is now taking off from the center runway, meaning that center has reopened. I'm not sure until when. Usually it would be until 1 o'clock and then from 1 till 2, one runway again for outbound traffic. I'm not sure what today's schedule is. Because the reopening of center moments ago has been relatively late. I hope they're not going to keep it open relatively the same time, so that it also closes comparatively late. Here's KLM flight 877 to Mumbai in India, taking off from center. The first airplane taking the parallel runway. Well, interesting to see that there's still wing fluff over the top foil of the triple. Since we haven't seen any lately here from the departures from the Polderbaan. That's interesting. Alright, Delta is coming this way, United is coming this way, a couple of narrow bodies, and Air Europa to Madrid, to the center runway. While we are waiting for traffic, it might be a good idea to have a look at the expected runway use. Bezoekbus, the website that usually indicates the expected runway use. Let's have a look and see what it says. I haven't checked yet because usually when I have to decide where I go to and need to start driving to Schiphol, they haven't updated yet, and it's always until the early morning what they have on their website. Usually in the course of the morning they update their expected runway use. This is for this morning and for the afternoon, and it will give you an idea of runway use. So Perban is expected to be used for arrivals all throughout the upcoming hours. Aalsmeerbound 36 right as secondary runway for arrivals, that's very typical. Polderbaan 36 left, and also the center runway, that's normal. The timing, 10:40 till 11:40. So they did open up the center runway, which should have been opened from 11:40 onwards already. They reopened center a bit late, probably because there was no traffic taking off to the east of importance, or at least not many. So if all is well, it should stay open until 1 o'clock and hopefully not until longer. And then from 1 till 2, once again, 2 runways open for arrivals and just the Polderbaan for departure. So Depending on how busy it's going to be in that hour, I'm going to wrap up either after that hour or somewhere in that hour if the traffic dries up. But it usually amounts to an interesting hour with more activity and quite a few wide bodies still taking off in that hour. So we'll see, but somewhere between 1 and 2 is when I'm probably going to wrap up for today. In the meantime, Austrian is headed my way from Vienna to Washington, Mr. Mad About Plane says, and Wolfgang also confirming east to west over Amsterdam in a moment. And the servo's on the belly. I think I have it. It's passing north of me, isn't it? Let's have a look. That's probably it, isn't it? Yeah, so it says servos, but from this angle, from this distance, my puny little camera isn't able to dissolve the letters. It should say servus, which means hi. At least that's a phrase used for hi in Austria. Parts of Germany, not everywhere, I think. It's not used everywhere in Austria, is it? Or is it used all over? Do they also say servus in Vienna? I do know that in Germany it's usually used in Bavaria, in the south. Let's see, Air Europa on center taking off to Madrid. Think we can see that right there. Yep. And as it climbs out and there's more distance between it and the ground, you can see that the heat wave distortion is gradually slowing down again, tapering off. Air Europa to Madrid. Hey, I spy Donald over here. Yeah, wah, wah. Right, there's a twin jet doing an Air Icarus, flying really close to the sun. Looks like a narrow body. While we're waiting for the next Delta A330 to line up on the threshold. Yeah, that's just a dime in a dozen narrow body by the looks of it. Just passing my close to my zenith. Just about still follow it without the tripod locking out. Looking at the wing shape, it is an A320 family member if I had to guess. But other than that, not much details to be seen. That's going to be different for the Delta A330 that we are going to see next. There's also a United 777 to Newark coming this way. This is Delta Airlines Flight 243. That's now on its way to Boston, Massachusetts, home of Sarah. Ah, thought I was hearing something, but that's Chris Coot continuing to build his nest. He had a bit of He chopped off a bit of reed and was swimming with that in its beak back to the nest. It's like watching paint dry. Hey Danny, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. H-Man, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. Kip Julia, good afternoon. Ilging, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Polderbaan, where the sun is shining abundantly. It used to be all cloudy here this morning when we began the show, but as it was forecasted, it opened up nicely. Everywhere, looking around, everything is now mostly blue. Contrail remnants and contrails to be seen. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. How things have changed compared with the beginning of the show. Kermit the Frog is also here. What the frog? And this is KLM flight 1989 to Ljubljana, the capital of Slovenia, not to be confused with Slovakia. We still have wind blowing from the north, moderately. This is what things look like on the scale of chimney smoke. The next batch of airplanes is approaching Polderbaan area. The pack being led by United Airlines flight 71, that's a 777-200 to Newark. It will be followed by Delta Airlines flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia, on A330. 300. And then another 767 from United is also on the move. It's going to go to Chicago. Still has to go around the center runway because it is now in use. They cannot cross it, they have to go around it, so either via the northern or the southern threshold. I'll have a small drink to that. Bottoms up, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to hydrate. So yeah. Nice relaxed spring atmosphere here. Hardly any wind. You can hear the birds chirping, the airplanes whistling, an occasional frog that has also woken up. There's the United 777-200. What's the windsock looking like? We already passed it, didn't we? Or have we? I think we have. The windsock is not very clearly visible, indicative of the lack of wind. There is a breeze here. Nothing too substantial. Whatever it is that they began doing, they are still doing it over there. Something related to sewage, undoubtedly. Looking around here in the wheat fields that are to the right of the cycling path, I'm not seeing the tractor driving back and forth anymore. Earlier in the morning, they were also fertilizing with manure. I already went to the bathroom yesterday evening, so I cannot contribute to any more manure for the field, but I'm sure that the tractor has driven out enough of it. Now, tractors we can see all over the place. There are tractors also working to bring sand to the other side of the runway area, which is where there's also a canal, like on this side, where they're still doing the reinforcements of the side walls like they did here last year, if you still remember. It's the same project, but now on the other side. Of course, from here, they're not bothering us. Hey Marijke, Marijke says, I've posted some pics in the community section, not commercial airplanes, but military ones. One of the air shows, Air Leeuwarden Air Base. Hope that's okay. That's definitely okay. Of course that's okay. It's aviation. Quite a few people post other stuff as well. Feel free to do so, Marijke. Nice of you to share. I'll have a look when I get home. Military airplane pictures are of course allowed. Why wouldn't they be? It's aviation. There's also a heap of non-aviation related pictures in the community section as well. If you think it's worthwhile to share, by all means, please do so. As long as it's not, as long as it isn't offensive, etc. Well, you guys know what rules to follow, just the basic common decency rules. Right, Ilgin just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Ilgin, and thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Sit back and relax in the Aurora Sky Lounge and enjoy the 34 custom emojis that are now at your disposal, mate. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you around and show you the way. Ilgin Usb has become our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome, mate. Apple Flaps is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Apple Flaps. Hey, Sander. Goedemiddag, kerel. Sander made an early shot of a 747 going over Katwijk yesterday. Well, sharing is caring, mate. If it's worthwhile to share, if, in your opinion, you know where you can post it. Let's get loud indeed, Ilgin. Hey, Martin. Goedemiddag. So yeah, I'm hearing Chris. Chris Koot is over here. His nest is here as well, and he is fortifying it. It's hard to see him, but if you look closely, you can see him. He's working on fortifying his nest. Hey Arnoud, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan, and we're secretly filming Chris Koot as he is building his nest. Well, he's been hearing me speak to you guys for hours now, so he must know we're here. He doesn't give a shit, does he? Nah, those two-legged creatures. Live and let live. Hey, Wolfgang says that China and Suparna 777s are on the move. Probably 18C departures. Well, no. Usually they're not. Usually the Chinese... Those Chinese carriers are still allowed to fly over Russia, so they usually take Polderbaan, Wolfgang. Maybe they are assigned to a runway already on CDM? Soon more goodies indeed, Celia. Yeah, it is that time of year again. We haven't seen any greeblings yet, but Lisa was going for a walk yesterday on her day off, and she did pass a canal where there was a grebe with zebra livery greeblings already. Well, Daisy has returned. With a girlfriend, or... The ladies are back. So the Chinese triples do seem to be coming this way. Happy to hear that. Yeah, the Chinese carriers, if they fly to China, usually when Polderbaan is in use for departures, still go from Polderbaan. The next airplane coming this way has arrived on the scene. That's a narrow body. I think there's also a narrow body just having taken off from center. Which one is this? Aegean? Iberia. Iberia to Madrid then. Hey Jordi, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Jendrosek, goedemiddag kerel. Good to see you too, buddy. Gotta move with haste. It's time for United Airlines Flight 908 to Chicago O'Hare. Third 767 of the show. This one is relatively young, ladies and gentlemen. Hailing from 2002, not 1992, but 2002. 10 years younger than the other ones we've seen thus far. 23 years old. Daniel, goedemiddag. Welcome back, mate. China cargo to the Polderbaan, as expected. Thanks for the feedback, guys. So, the Chinese triples are coming. Is that Iberia turning? I think it is. Iberia is doing a 180 and is turning south. So yeah, I think I might be going to the Rotterdam port area with my camera one day. Really curious to see what can I do with my camera, how close can you get, how much detail can you catch. Would it also be viable, because my camera is able to shoot 4K, only 25 frames per second, would it be viable to do that in 4K as well? Very interested to see what I can do over there. Hope that the heat wave distortion is not as bad as it is over here, because it's terrible on this camera. It really makes things look, this camera makes it seem as if in the midst of winter there's a heat wave going on, when in actuality it is still freezing. It's a pity that it's so far away and that there isn't really a big YouTube niche for this type of shit. But still. Finnair A350 is on the move too, says Wolfgang. That should be coming this way. I think we saw a glimpse of Air Canada just now. Air Canada flight 901, which is going to go to Montreal. That's coming this way. Cathay Pacific A350 1000 also pinging. That should be coming. That should be going to the center runway, but we should still be able to see that quite well from over here. Still hopeful that we might catch a 747 later in the show. I don't know. I think you guys looked into it before. There was one scheduled for later today, wasn't there? But is that going to be leaving via the Polderbaan, I wonder? And will it leave in time? Will it be within the streaming hours, or will it be too late? Air Arabia going to Morocco, and that of course is in the north of Africa. And Marchola is back again. Good to see you again, Marchola. Contrails all over the place. There's one over there. There are 3 that I'm counting over there. More over there. It's always very busy in the sky, but you need to have the right kind of atmosphere to see them properly. KLM to Berlin, 1777. 737-700. There's Air Canada flight 901 to Montreal. That's a 7878 Dreamliner. It's going to be followed by a Chinese triple that's going to be going to Guangzhou in China. And Phil DC is tuning in again. Welcome back, Phil. Hope all is well. And welcome to everybody else who may have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We have parallel departures in progress right now until approximately 1 o'clock on paper. The secondary runway that's now open did open later than normally would have been the case, so I hope it's going to close at the normal time, which should be at around 1, and then from 1 till 2 the power hour again begins with everything outbound going to the runway we are standing right next to. Air China Cargo waving to us and waving back to you verbally. Ha, Gerrit, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Compass 747 is expected to go to Oslo around 1 o'clock. Well, that's a nice one. I did see that that was underway this morning, and I think it arrived here around the time I was either beginning the stream or was still setting up. That would be a nice one to see. That's a lovely livery. We don't get to see that every day. It's usually Cargo Luxus and Atlas Airs over here. So Compass would make for a nice one to be filming, particularly if it is taking Polderbaan. Right, so this is Air Canada flight 901 to Montreal, 7878 Dreamliner. Bada bing, bada boom. And away it is. This particular Dreamliner is 11 years old already. Its first flight was in May 2014. There's a Perban also coming to the Polderbaan. That's good news. More Chinese triples. Bring them, I say. Not a precise collision. I'm always on the lookout to see if there are 2 airplanes that will cross each other simultaneously. That will make for Nice visual fireworks, of course. Just something that you don't see every day. So if you are able to catch one while live, that is, of course, the icing on the cake. But not this pair. The timing is off. Ah, there's the windsock. Bit flaccid. Not very excited today. It's once again getting a bit more busy. Well, again, we're seeing that there is a KLM to Gdansk that is taking off via the Polderbaan, which is interesting because you'd think with center open, Gdansk, last time I checked, Poland was to the east of the Netherlands. So why isn't it taking off via the center runway? Is there a particular reason for that? To me it seems a bit illogical, but maybe there's good reasoning behind it. This is China Southern Cargo, flight 2698 to Guangzhou in China. The Bravo 226 Delta. An airplane that is a year old, first flight December 2024. As it is moving towards the runway threshold, we have a moment to spare, and I propose let's have a look at the twin jet that is now passing by southwest of me. Is that Lufty? Why, yes, of course it is. It's almost always Lufty. If it isn't Lufty, it's almost always United. Those are the two usual suspects with respect to overhead traffic. Green tractor coming this way. Is it Fendt or is it John Deere? It's Fendt. And that's for when they cut the grass to position it in heaps that can be picked up more easily. So somewhere a grass field is going to be cut, and they're using this to basically put it all in heaps, linear heaps. Right, Atlas 747 next for landing. Obviously, it's almost always the case that interesting stuff happens all at once. 747 expected to land just as a Chinese triple is taking off. It doesn't want to go back to China. You can see it's grumpy. Brake dust. The flaps are reasonably clean for a Chinese triple. Mitchell op een fiets. Mitchell on a bike. Good afternoon, Mitchell. Wierzen, is that what it's called, Gerrit? The grass that has been cut, being deposited in linear formation, linear heaps. Wierzen, I didn't know that. Right, a 747 landing on runway 06 in the background. There's a Finnair A350 coming this way, ladies and gentlemen. Always nice to see. There it is. I'll drink to that. And it seems that we've crossed through 500 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to hear you guys are enjoying the show. If you are, and I haven't liked yet, it's not too late yet. If you want to help the channel grow, your likes go a long way to bring in more people in the future. This is Finnair, flight 1302, and it will be the next wide body to be leaving from the Polderbaan, I think. The next few airplanes are all narrow bodies. 3 of them I count, and then the 4th now rolling. That's the flight to Gdansk that I was a bit surprised about to see, with center also open, going to the Polderbaan. Embraer 175, you can see the winglets are more outward facing, outward positioned. aiming more outwards. They're also a bit taller than those of the Embraer 190s. So the Embraer 190 has winglets that are a bit shorter and are more upward oriented, more vertical, if you will. And E2 Embraers don't have winglets, so, and big ass engines, so easy to discern the E2s from the non-E2s, and the rest you can base basically on the winglets. Obviously fuselage length. If you aren't seeing them from the side yet, you can see what the winglets are looking like, and based on that you can deduce what they are. Steven has to go. He says, bon voyage, my friends. See you tomorrow morning. See you tomorrow, mate. Thank you for joining, Steven. Enjoy the rest of your day, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. Wiertzen is Schwaden in German, says Wolfgang. Learn something new every day. British Airways, Embraer 190. Those are always on their way to London City. Embraer 190s to London City. The other airplane types from BA, usually A320s or A320 family members, London Heathrow. Don't think BA flies to any other UK cities from Amsterdam than to London, don't they? Well, I don't need to ask you guys if you know what airplane, what carrier this is. I don't think it's pretty, but it is instantaneously recognizable, of course. Condor, one of their green airplanes by the looks of it. Effective marketing is what it is. Interesting to see that there's still a lot of distortion of the air. Pointing the camera up. Poor seeing, as we would call it in astro photography terms. Or astronomy. Or stargazing, whatever you would like to call it, it's bad seeing. Lots of turbulence. The sucks carrier, indeed, Stefan. Thank you for your super chat and your message. You really didn't have to use super chat for that, but still. Now, no need to tell you what this is, of course. This is Cathay Pacific with their A350-1000 flight 270 to Hong Kong. Taking the wrong runway, and the next A350 is taking off via the Polderbaan and is coming already. It's the Finnair A350, the bloody Helsinki in Finland. Listen to the growl. It's the Bringing Us Together Since 1923 livery, which is a bit of text on the back. It's a good looking combination, if you ask me. The sleek shape of the A350 and the minimalistic Finnair livery works well together. Suparna Triple has arrived on the scene, and so too have a few other airplanes. There's one on Cheater's Lane as we speak, and I'm looking to see if it is going to be lining up or not. It doesn't look like that is the case. Hey, Infinity is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. And we have more heavy hitters taking off via center, a Dreamliner. It's 12:41 on paper, 20 minutes of parallel departures left, and then center should close again, but they did open the runway late, so I'm hoping we get a normal time closure and not a longer period of parallel departures. Chris says possibly the best livery on the A350. Well, I am inclined to say that Singapore Airlines probably looks a bit better than Finnair, but it's one of the best without a doubt. Personally, I'm inclined to say that I think I like Singapore Airlines even better. I think Singapore is my favorite A350 livery, and then maybe Finnair. Don't know yet, of course, what will happen later in the year when KLM A350s are being delivered. Now, don't ITA also have A350s? Ooh, another contender. Peter PV, goedemorgen of middag. Ja, middag. Good afternoon, Peter. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Earth, good afternoon. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan 36 left and an Embraer from KLM. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask them. Quite a few people are watching. Together they know a lot, and we'll happily try to answer any questions you might be having. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. Your likes go a really long way to help bring in more people in the future. Make these Thursdays more gezellig. The more the merrier. We have plenty room for more. E2 Embraer 195 is now rolling. Big ass engines, no winglets, easy to discern. It's going to Dublin. And in the background, Suparna with a beautiful 777 freighter. Not as pretty as the 74s, of course, but the times are changing. Unfortunately for us. Team USA is on the move. I didn't know it was at Schiphol. Nice. Team USA undoubtedly returning to the United States and making it a candidate for the Polderbaan. Next up is Suparna, ladies and gentlemen. Suparna Airlines flight 7920 to Nanjing in China. The Bravo 227 X-Ray. Brand new airplane, first flight October 2025. Hey Sinjin, perfect timing, good afternoon. And what a lovely day it's turning out to become. As forecasted, but yeah, seeing is believing is always my opinion when it comes down to the weather. The other day on Monday I was supposed to go to the dental hygienist, and it was supposed to be a dry day, but I got a shower on top of me when I cycled there. Thought it was okay, then I went out the street and I saw the dark sky and I thought, oh no, it's not going to rain before I have reached the dentist's won't it? And it happened. But yeah, they expected the sun was going to break through this morning, through all the clouds. When you see a completely grey clouded sky, it's always hard to believe it's going to clear up entirely, but it has. From nearly completely cloudy to nearly completely cloudless in just a matter of a few hours. This is has been KLM flight 677 to Calgary. One of the A330-300s. Or was it? Because the airplane's registration says fake Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Echo. Maybe it was a Fata Morgana. As we call them in Dutch. Over there, Chris Good is working on building his nest, on further fortifying it. He's remarkably hard to spot. Or has he swum off again? That might also may well be the case. I think is that on the runway? I think it's still in the grass right next to the runway. I was about to say I think there might be a runway inspection in progress, but it doesn't look like that's the case. Hank has to go. Car inspection. All the best, mate. Think I had my MOT check in February? Yeah, needs to be renewed before the end of March in my case. It's nicer to go to the garage and have a rental bicycle to go back home to home with in warmer months. But there you go, such is life. Mike Wild is also back in the chat. Very good afternoon to you too, mate. Compass has begun pinging. That's good news. That's first 747 outbound, hopefully coming to the Polderbaan. Where's it going to go to? It is 10 to 1. Bird control is not on the runway, but right next to it in the grass, and the next airplane taking off from the Polderbaan here is now lining up. That's KLM flight 1045 to Birmingham, 737-800. Next after that is going to be KLM E2 Embraer to Billund, flight 1295. The secondary runway is still open. And I see that Stefan Tudor just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge to the 5 new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Stefan Tudor if you are one of the 5 recipients of his gifted memberships just now. Have fun with the custom emojis that are now at your disposal, all 34 of them for the entirety of a month. There's no budget for custom emojis, use them however you see fit. If you are the recipient of a gifted membership and it's running out, don't forget you can renew it if you fancy it, or maybe gift someone else a gifted membership who might also fancy it. Massive big thanks again to Stefan Tudor, and now also to Marchola, who also went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. That is extremely generous, lads. Thank you both so much. If you are one of the 5 recipients of a gifted membership from Marchola just now, don't forget to say thank you to him. Enjoy your custom emojis as well, 34 of them. Use them however you see fit. Get creative with them. I implore you, all of you, new members and old. Marchola, thank you so much. That is extremely generous. 5 new members, courtesy of you. And also, Stefan Tudor, once again, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships as well. And a warm welcome to the 10 new members. Now, if I recall correctly, Wolfgang, in the midst of all the membership gifting, mentioned that the Compass was going to go to Oslo. So it might still take the center runway then? Looks to me like it will probably go to the Polderbaan. Has it been assigned a runway already on CDM, or can you? Is it one of those flights that you cannot find on CDM because it doesn't have a flight number? As Aviation says, if you went spotting yesterday, you would have been able to see me. I would have been out streaming yesterday if I didn't have to have my day job. Unfortunately, I was inside all day behind a laptop. Hope you had a good day spotting yesterday, mate. Now, I see another twin jet control coming this way. It looks like it is a narrow body, but still it might be interesting to see if we can make out any details. Well, what to make of it? Winglets? So it's not an E2 Embraer 190. There seems to be a circular thing on the fuselage right in front of the wings. That doesn't really ring a bell to me immediately. The only thing that comes to mind in is old school Transavia, but I'm pretty sure that that is no longer, those airplanes are no longer flying around. And certainly not flying overhead the Netherlands, but they should be landing in the Netherlands, normally speaking. Another E2 Embraer on their way. And Jörg Smolny from Germany is wishing us a very nice Thursday afternoon. Jörg, welcome to the show. Another Jörg in the show. Welcome to AMS Live. Thank you for the kind words. Happy Thursday and happy spotting to you too, mate. Und herzlich willkommen. That goes for all everybody new and old. Egypt Air A320neo, Jonas says. Thanks for the update, guys. And Compass has been assigned to 36 left, so that is good news indeed. We have an Air Canada bank robber coming this way. Air Canada flight 809 will be leaving for Toronto in Canada. That's a 7878 Dreamliner, and behind it is a 787-10 Dreamliner from KLM, which is leaving for New York JFK. Delta Airlines is coming this way. KLM to Chicago is on the move. KLM to Panama City is in the process of getting pushed back, so it's getting busy. KLM flight 603 to LAX is also on the move. These are all airplanes that are going to be coming to the Polderbaan regardless. It's also 5 minutes to the hour, so pretty soon, in a few minutes from now, we will learn whether or not the center runway is going to close in time, or if they are going to keep it open longer since it opened later. KLM Embraer. Well, something that you see on Sundays as well often is that you see families with a blanket. They are going to do a picnic over here. You often see that in the summer months here on the Polderbaan, usually on Sundays. But I mentioned it before already earlier this morning that the school vacations are taking place. So yeah, you can see people are coming to Schiphol, plane watching. Young kids always love it. W says that the Martin Air 747 to Hong Kong is estimated to take off from 36 left, 1:35, the estimated time of departure. That's good news, mate. So that would actually mean that the airplane, I just took this, the thumbnail that we are currently having for today's show as a thumbnail because I liked it and I was hoping it would pull in some people, never knowing for sure that we were going to see it, but turns out it might actually take off here as well then. That's good news. There's the KLM Dreamliner 78710 and the Air Canada Dreamliner now lined up over here. Indeed, Paul. Picnic and planes. Perfect. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. You know. Peter is leaving. Durper 1973, aka Peter. He writes in Dutch, I'm leaving, but not without a contribution. Top stream, thank you, boy. Peter, dankjewel. Thank you so much for the kind words, but also for a very, very generous super chat there. That is really not necessary. Thank you so much, though. Very much appreciated. I'm glad to hear you've enjoyed yourself today. I hope everybody is, of course. Don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying the show, but haven't dropped a like yet. Peter, hopefully I will see you again tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. The sun is out here. I hope it is also in your part of the Netherlands. Enjoy the sun and we'll see you again tomorrow, hopefully. Probably. Almost certainly. Whenever I announce a stream, even before I can go and do other stuff, Peter almost always already says good morning, boy. He's almost always the first. If it's not Maria who's the first to respond whenever I announce a fresh stream, it is Peter. Looking at the threshold of the center runway, Air Arabia Morocco is lined up right now. I don't know how many more airplanes are going to be following it. Or if everything is now more or less coming to this runway. Jordi is informing us that there's a cargo log 747 entering the glide slope to 06. We'll have to keep an eye out for the background as well then. If it entered the glide slope, it's usually in the vicinity of the Kagerplassen, so still a few minutes out. Martin Air 74 number 206. What? I thought it was departing here from the Polderbaan at 1:30. That can be. Right. Pegasus and the Embraer 175 to Stuttgart are still coming this way. Or no, are still going to the wrong runway, to the center runway. I'm thinking maybe after that, center is going to close. The Team USA A330neo will be next, taking off here from the Polderbaan. Cargo logs, of course, yeah. Let me zoom out a little. I should be able to see it with all my filters enabled. Yeah, so it's now. Oh, from here I should be able to see it from my from my living room, passing by. Living room is oriented to the east, so airplanes landing on the Kaagbaan. This is where I usually start losing them because they go behind the houses on the other side. I usually am able to see them right there, where it flew a few moments ago. Still a few minutes underway. Gives us a moment to have a look at Delta Airlines Flight 163. Going to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Obviously the Team USA livery. There's also an A350 in Team USA livery. We did see that a few times before, but it's been a long time. Hopefully we'll get to see that as well. And the LA-28 A350 was also flying on a daily basis here shortly after it was introduced. Bye-bye. Up and away. JP Kraus says that 36 right is opening for landings. That's good news. That usually means that the other runway used for departures should close again. So hopefully the Embraer 175 to Stuttgart will be the last departure. Not sure about the rest. Well, there's still an A321 to Athens underway. KLM flight 1955. You should be able to see if center is still open for departures or not by the runway assignment for KLM flight 1955. If CDM says it's going to... Hey, why is it on auto? I didn't recall. Well, manual and set it to infinity. Luckily, we didn't get a focus dance then when following the Team USA. What was I saying? Oh yeah, KLM flight 1955 to Athens might be a candidate for center if it is still going to be open. If it's assigned Polderbaan, then we know that center is now closed because KLM to Athens should normally take the eastmost runway. Quite a few wide bodies are pinging already. They're coming this way. And this is KLM flight 1285 to Aalborg, number 190. German Airways with the new tail, the German flag in points. Pointillism inspired. The DASFA. Lovely day, DASFA. Martin writes, I saw a figure of 20,000 cancelled Lufty flights. That's right, because Lufty City Line has completely ceased to operate. Means that we shouldn't be expecting any CRJs from Lufthansa City Line into Schiphol anymore. I think they ceased operations on the 18th earlier in the week. So that's one less carrier to be flying with CRJs to Schiphol from now on. And I wonder if they'll ever return to operation or... Look away if you're gluten intolerant. This one might give you the cramps. EasyJet at 22516. Bird controller on duty still is K2. Has been all the while, I think. KLM flight 603 to LAX is pulling up. There it is. 777-200 KLM Asia. LA, of course, a well-known city in Asia. The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, Lima. 20 years old, 1st of February 2006. Bonus Queen now number 2 for 06. Thanks for the update, Wolfgang. We'll have to keep an eye out for it. There's the number 1. Number 2 is not too far behind. Now, as almost always is the case, interesting stuff happening simultaneously. The Queen's arrival is looking to coincide with the departure of KLM Flight 611, which is going to go to Chicago, a 787-10 Dreamliner. This is the PHBKD, Bravo Kilo Delta. 6 years old, first flight November 2019. If all's well, center should be closed. The power hour has begun. Nice that its rotation point was right before our eyes. Oh, and I spoke too soon. There is still a departure from center. Is that the one to Athens? That may well be the one to Athens, right? Yep, that's the A321neo to Athens. And I still see... Oh, the big bird to Rio de Janeiro is lined up right now on the threshold of center. That's interesting. Bart says that there is a C295 arriving on 36 right. That's not it, is it? No. That looks like a 737. Right. Now, this is interesting. A flight to Rio de Janeiro, which ordinarily would normally be taking off this runway. I'm thinking out loud now. Unless it first flies to the south. Yeah, sometimes they do take the center runway. Thank you, JB Bachman, who says a good stream needs a good coffee. Thank you so much for your super chat. Good coffee I definitely have at home. I'm a big fan of espresso, have been all my life. So I've got a good coffee machine at home, grinder, freshly roasted coffee. Thank you, JB Bachman. I will definitely put that money to use for a good cup of coffee. Lord knows, after 2 short nights of sleep, I definitely need some coffee as well when I get home after the stream. Is there anybody? Coffee is also one of those food items that almost everybody loves. Is there anybody in the chat now watching the stream who doesn't like coffee? Another Embraer to Hanover is also still taking center. Martin Air Cargo to Hong Kong, ladies and gentlemen. Which runway has that been assigned to? I see it now pinging. Now I'm wondering, are we just going to get Compass or are we also going to get Martin Air? Food item. Coffee is an entire food group. You dumb lad. What were you saying? Rinse your mouth with vodka. Earth only drinks cappuccino. Leroy lives on coffee. Gerrit prefers latte. Sinjin says it's got to be proper coffee. Hey, and Peter, who I thought was leaving but still is here, says I drink a lot of coffee and beer. Man to my taste. Hey, and the moon is out. Hey, nice. Heavenly body. There it is. Wow, daytime means it's hard to see any details on the Terminator. Craters. All right. 737 taking to the sky. But my attention is drawn to something else. Da 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 da. Compass is coming, and I wonder if the Martin Air 747 to Hong Kong is coming this way, or if they keep the runway, if they're going to keep the runway open so that the 747 can leave via the wrong runway. It would be a typical thing for ATC to keep center open long enough for the Martin Air cargo to take off to Hong Kong via it instead of coming this way. Martin says, being a Brit, tea first, then coffee. And Paul also says, morning coffee, afternoon tea. Same here. I do like to drink a cup of tea in the at the end of the afternoon. Usually start the day with coffee, have coffee in the morning, around lunch. Then around the end of the afternoon, tea. Then after dinner, usually coffee as well. Jordi says that Martin Air also has been assigned to 36 left. That would be amazing. 2 beautiful 747s in a relatively short period of time, taking off via 36 left. And Gerrit says, do you realize it takes 8 years to walk to the moon? Only 8 years? 8 years for 300 and how many thousand kilometers? Let's round it up to 400. 400,000 K. Divided by 8 means 5K per year. 5,000 K kilometers per year. Divided by 365. How many kilometers per day would that be? That would probably mean walking day and night. Wouldn't it? Marcella says, don't drink coffee, will have then problems with my stomach. And besides that, coffee is not for drinking. There are heaps and heaps of people who would disagree with you respectively about coffee not being for drinking. But if your stomach gets upset from drinking coffee, then obviously not drinking coffee is a logical thing to do. Adi says traffic is crossing 36 center. I do still see a number 190 to Frankfurt over there. So that's probably the last airplane then, hopefully. Hank did some calculations and says 136 kilometers per 24 hours. So how many is that? That's not doable, is it? If you walk in a firm pace, 5 km per hour, times 24, that means 100 and... Wow. Yeah, no, you'd still have to walk 6 kilometers per hour, and you'd have to do that 24/7, 365 for 8 years straight. Nah. It's gonna... Yeah, yeah, on paper it's 8 years of continuous walking, but that's continuous walking 367 247 365. Emirates Sky Cargo going to Oslo. I expect a quick rotation It's probably going to be very light. Yep, already rotating. Wow. Wow. Compass Air Cargo flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo going to Oslo, flight 9906. The Lima Zulu Charlie Juliet Charlie, 23 years old. Its first flight was in November 2002. And Martin Air Cargo is going to be coming this way as well pretty soon. No time to waste. Gotta move with haste. KLM flight 757 to Panama City is already spooling up. That's a 777-300. There it is. That's the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor uniform BVU. 8 years old, first flight September 2017. Don't forget to leave a like if you're enjoying the stream thus far and you haven't done so already, ladies and gentlemen. You can see that the bugs have also awoken here. In the foreground. Cameos from little buggers. I'm counting 4 airplanes on flight radar at the threshold or Cheaters Lane right now. It's all narrow bodies for the time being. Looks like KLM flight 1800 to Düsseldorf is going to be next. We also have a cheater on Cheaters Lane. That's right there. That's KLM flight 1711 to Luxembourg. And 2 airplanes waiting, queuing up before the threshold. And you're right, Gerrit, that's 1 light second. Absolutely crazy to think. Light travels in 1 second what you need to walk 8 years non-stop for. Martin Air Cargo is on the move. The next 747 coming this way. I almost don't dare to ask, but are there more in store for us? Right, KLM flight 1801 has begun to move, and in comes KLM flight 1355 to Prague in the background. The 737. I also wonder if KLM flight 1711 on Cheaters Lane is going to be moving forwards. Does look like it's going to be the next then, since it is moving forward now. The cheater on Cheaters Lane will be next. KLM flight 1711, Cheaters Lane to Luxembourg. And the 737 to Prague in the background, lined up already. And Isabel is tuning in from San Antonio in Texas. Brand new to your channel. Nice of you to say hi, Isabel. Welcome to AMS Live. Nice of you to say hi. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi, like Isabel just now did. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Quite a few people are watching, and together we know quite a lot, and we'll happily try to answer any questions you might have. There's no such thing as a stupid question, so don't be afraid to speak up. For a moment I was thinking maybe Fidel Castro was over there again, but it's just the white protrusion. Looking around to see if anything is happening on ground level over here. No tractors in the field. This is the break room where the people who are working on the dike reinforcement project, which also took place here last year, are going to have their lunches. This is the next narrow body, KLM flight 1355 to Prague. Let's see what else is coming this way. The 747, of course, looks to be preceded by just narrow bodies. The family with the blanket have moved a bit further to the north. They are now at the concrete bench. And over here, a couple sitting in the grass and a guy with a big lens shooting photos from the airplanes that are passing by here. I imagine, since I also see people on the bridge over there, which is closest by to the official Spottersplatz parking lot, that more people are over there as well. So the French fries truck, normally speaking, you'd expect to be here as well. Another Embraer 175. I'm looking on flight radar more to the main platform area to see if the 747 is already within visual range. It should be out there. Don't think we can see it from here just yet, but it should be coming pretty soon. Wish one day to visit Isabel writes, planning to visit San Antonio, Texas. You're welcome to stay in our house. Well, thank you so much for the invite, Isabel. Who knows, maybe one day I'll do a tour around the United States. Many viewers we have from the United States and many locations I've already been invited to. This is German Airways, and by the looks of it, the Deutsche Tourwagen Meisterschaft or DTM special livery. That's a racing... It's a racing car class here in Europe from Germany, and it has certain types of cars. On the other side depicted are Porsches, and on this side I think that was a what's it called again with the horse? Come on, yeah, which one is that again? Not Ferrari. It'll pop into my head again at some point. In the meantime, Mary Naomi is also back in the chat and is celebrating her first month of membership. Thank you so much, Mary Naomi. No longer the white badge, but a black one for a month. Love this community, she writes. Thank you so much for your support and for your kind words. It's good to have you back. Perfect timing. The second 747 of the show should become visible in a moment from now. Martin Air Cargo. It's going to be the second one. If you joined us only seconds ago, you may have missed the first 747 that took off, well, literally 5 minutes ago, I think. To Oslo, Compass Air Cargo, Ford Mustang, that's it. Anyway. And John is also back in the chat. Good to see you again, mate. There she is. Queen numero dos. 2, 2, 2, etc., etc., etc. Bloody blah. Yada, yada, yada. The firefighters who have their fire station right here, one of the few that are present here at Schiphol Airport. The firefighters already did the round early this morning. As I was still setting up, they already drove past me. Martin Air Cargo, the airplane that is featured on today's stream's thumbnail. Only one left in the world. Martin Air, it used to also have 747s for passengers back in the day. They'd also have MD-11s and 767s. Martin Schroeder, the founder, a pioneer in Dutch aviation history. That is the Perban livery. The Peter Pan Vacation Club livery of Transavia just passing us by. Only one airplane like this in the world, Martin Air Cargo. And it's going to be flying to Hong Kong, so it's going to be heavily loaded with fuel at least, if not also with cargo, which I assume it will be. So it's probably going to make a late rotation, probably even past us, further to the north. And Ryan is informing us that the Transavia Neo to Ibiza will be the one with the newest livery. That's a very subtle update. If you guys know what to look for, you'll immediately recognize it. The letters are a bit more bold, more thick if you will. And the engines and the tail are completely green with the exception of the logo. And that's an interesting question that AGG Kit is asking. How much thrust does it produce? Enough. Enough is what it would say if it were Rolls-Royce. Now, not sure how much pounds of thrust, but quite a lot. Right, ladies and gentlemen, Martin Air Cargo, it's going to Hong Kong. 747-400 freighter. 35 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Let that sink in. This plane began its career as a professional airplane in May 1990. I bet a lot of you weren't even around back then. I was still in elementary school. Still had 6 more years to go. I think I just started going to elementary school, come to think of it. No, I was in kindergarten. Probably had just begun to learn how to read and write. And this airplane was already flying around the world. What were you guys doing back in May 1990 if you were around already? If stuff like this isn't worth a like, I don't know what is. The second queen of the show within half an hour, I think, right? Wonderful. Paul says that Google says that 747s produce between 200,000 and 280,000 pounds of force. That's not exactly nothing. KLM flight 759 is up next. It's going to go to San Jose, if I am not mistaken. Yep, 777-200. Here we go. The PHBQF, Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Foxtrot. It's 22 years old, first flight March 2004. Little asymmetry in the hatches closing again. We see that a lot. Hey, Donna is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. And she was raving in 1990. I love it. Richard was 10 years old in 1990. Leroy was shitting his diapers. Han was working to feed his 3 children. And Tom says, ooh, I am blue, and he is celebrating. I'm blue by the bee. Congratulations, Tom Schillemans. He has turned blue and is no longer wearing the green badge. Hopefully we're not going to get any complaints from Greenpeace. Tom Schillemans has moved past the green phase and has now entered the year of blue. Hopefully it's just a badge and not a feeling. Tom, thank you so much for your ongoing support. It's always a pleasure to have you in our chat, and I hope you'll keep coming back for many, many more months to come. If not as a long-lasting old school member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. Congratulations and thank you so much for 24 months of support already. Wow. Another veteran member who has received the blue badge today. Ryan says that the A380 is going to land in 5 minutes. That's probably going to land on 36 right then, right? Since that is also now open. We will not be able to see a lot of detail from here, but we should be able to make it out and at least see that it is an A380. We'll not be able to read the text on the airplane, but I'll do my best if you guys keep me posted when it is on final. Or is it going to runway 06 instead? That would be even better, of course, but if 2 runways are open, it's probably going to go to the Alsmeerbaan of the 2. Tom is certainly not feeling blue. Well, I'm happy for that, and I hope you're going to not feel blue for a long time to come. It seems that we've crossed through 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Your likes go a long way to bring in new people in the future. So if you want to help this channel grow and you are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. Transavia to Hurghada up next. Hurghada in Egypt. This is not yet one of the newer airplanes. So this is good comparison material if you want to see what the until recently latest livery was. This is it. Have a look at flight radar, look at the picture, look at the text, how thick the letters are, and how the logo is looking on the tail and also on the engines. And then when we are going to see the new livery, compare it and you'll immediately recognize it. Those are the 3 things that you need to look for to see the update in the livery of Transavia: the letters and the tail and the engines. The rest is the same. It's a subtle change, but it is an improvement in my humble opinion. So you can see on the tail and on the engines there's still a circular green logo with the white cutout text, the T in it. That hasn't changed, but the rest has gotten green. You'll see it once that airplane takes off here. If at some point it will. Beluga XL over Utrecht again, southwest to northeast in a moment. What's its altitude, Wolfgang? I do see something producing a control that is moving in the direction that you just now described. Also in the location that, according to my topography knowledge, Utrecht should be. It may be that this is it. But if it is, as you can see, it looks pixelated. I think this might be a tad too far for us to see properly. If it were flying on the other side and the sun would be illuminating the airplane, it would probably be able, we would be able to make out more of it. I'm not sure. I'm looking here outdoors with reflections on my screen and only 2.5 inches of screen real estate. I'm not able to make it out as a beluga. I'm not sure if you guys, if you are watching at home with bigger screens, are able to see if it is or isn't. In the meantime, there's also a twin jet coming this way. And I can hear that there's an engine spooling up. Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia, next to take off here. So let's look at this for a moment. Mediotube is tuning in quickly. Working in the office, following on YouTube, following you on the TV. Thanks for the fun stream as always, and big thumbs up for the mods. Well, thank you so much for your kind words, Medio. Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. This is. Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. The November 829 November Whiskey, 9 years old, first flight June 2016. Was that the Beluga? Okay. A340 to your north, flying west to east. Yeah, can see it. There are two airplanes actually up in the sky. There's the A340. That's producing a big, fat contrail right there. From this side, everything is illuminated really crisply and cleanly, though not every airplane in the sky is producing a contrail, and I am trying to see. There was also an airplane that crossed past that A340. Yeah, no. It's hard to find airplanes in the sky if they're not producing a crisp contrail like this A340. Now this does stand out more than the other contrails. This is one of those big fat behemoths that you cannot miss. Next up, I think it's the Transavia to Ibiza on Cheaters Lane. Yep. So that's the updated livery. And here the engine spooling up is Shamrock Flight 605 going to Dublin. The cheater on Cheaters Lane is now lining up. Transavia to Ibiza. That's the one with the new updated livery. Have a look at the font, the letters, how bold they are, and also check out the tail and the engines, and you'll see what's new. Hey, Jackie is also back in the chat. Late check-in, better late than never, mate. You did miss out on 2 747s though, probably. Unless you were in Lurker's lounge before. Well, here you can see it. The engines are green, the tail is green, and the font is a bit more bold. Latest iteration of the Transavia livery. It's subtle, it's basically comparable to what KLM did with their deeper smile. They didn't change the color scheme or anything. It's basically more of the same, just a subtle upgrade. Emirates over there. Is that Emirates Airways or... Yeah, it's flight 146. It's a passenger 300 to Dubai. KLM flight 667 to Austin, Texas is lined up right now. That's a 7879 Dreamliner. I'll compose a highlights reel, Jackie. You can also wait for that. That's maybe even easier. Peter says, I like it more than the old livery. I think I agree with you, Peter. I think it looks better. It's making more use of the wide real estate that is on the airplane. This is one of those airplanes with the deeper smile, by the way. The nose cone is completely blue, monotonous. And you can see that the edge between the blue and the white is lower. That's probably even a more subtle update of the livery than the one from Transavia that we discussed just now. The Papa Hotel Bravo Hotel, 9 years old already, first flight August 2016. So it's interesting, newer airplanes are still being delivered in the old livery and older airplanes are already repainted in the new livery. Quite interesting to see. This is Emirates flight 146 to Dubai, 777-300 and an Air China Cargo A330 to Chengdu is has also arrived over here. It's going to be taking off pretty soon. The A380 has landed on Perban. Okay, if that already landed, then there's no point in keeping an eye out for it. Emirates, not Sky Cargo. Most triples that we see in the show are Sky Cargo cargo triples, but this is a regular quote-unquote 777-300 to Dubai, flight 146. And the tractors depositing sand are headed for the north part of the runway, which when I was there last week, I also saw pikes and whatnot being deposited. So apparently they're not completely finished over there either. Dirty flaps, I saw them too, Jindrosek. Yeah. Now, there's also a twin jet passing overhead between the excrement bridge and the sun. Flying west to east, south of me. Two more wide bodies in the background. KLM flight 651 to Washington. And over here we have Air China Cargo to Chengdu in China, flight 3120. It's an A330-200, the Bravo 6093. That's an 18-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in November 2007. Hoi, Random Thijs. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and this is Air China Cargo, going to China. Gear retraction of A330s is like watching paint dry. It seems to be happening in slow motion. Same with the A340. I'm always surprised by the differences in gear retraction speed between the different airplane types. Embraers, swiftly and with style, just like Monsieur Alphonse. And the A330s and A340s. Inching forward. or inward. More contrails in the sky. It's one of those days where you can see the contrails really well. Next airplane lined up is KLM Flight 651 to Washington. The Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Quebec, a 787-10 Dreamliner. It's brand new, meaning less than a year old, and this airplane will turn 1 in, what is it? It's still April, 3 months from now. First flight was in July 2025. It's 1:47, and if all is well, another 13 or so minutes of departures exclusively from this runway. After that, the center runway probably is going to reopen again. Bezoek Bus, at least the website of that displays the expected runway use, was mentioning the reopening of center around 2 o'clock. So we'll see. Groover back in the chat, as is Michael. Welcome back, lads. If you guys joined us only just now, you probably missed out on 2 747s that took off here from the Polderbaan. How many minutes apart? Not many. 5, 10, 15? Was really nice to see. Compass Air Cargo on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo to Oslo. Really light and rotated early. And then the MPS, the Martin Air Cargo. Now, there was a gentleman here who arrived on a very pretty pink Vespa. Have a look. Vespa Primavera. I used to have its predecessor, the LX50. Love Vespas. I would definitely want to have one again if I had space for it. No place to park it. I'd have to park it outside, and that's something I don't fancy doing. Even with a wall anchor, still exposed to elements. That's not something you want to do. Wolfgang says that there should be a third 747, the expected departure time around 2 o'clock. Which one is that, and where is it going to go to? Hans' favorite, Vueling, wheeling, welling, welling, fueling. In the meantime, with the dot. AJ is also back in the chat. Good afternoon, AJ. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Maria has to go. Had a busy day. See you all tomorrow. Well, thank you for joining, Maria. Sleep well, and hopefully see you again tomorrow. Take care, and thanks for joining us today, Maria. Always a pleasure. Transavia is lining up over there. It's an no, oh, that's an E2 on Cheaters Lane. I was about to say, it doesn't look like a 737. This looks like an E2 Embraer, but I was looking at the airplane on Cheaters Lane. KLM flight 1005 to London Heathrow. You might be wondering, London? London? Yep, London. Not going to play the jingle right now with the engine being heard. Too late. Going to Shanghai. Yeah, that's not going to be taking off from here then, will it? That 747 is going to be assigned to the center runway, almost certainly. Knowing ATC, that can't be sent to us then. We're not going to be so lucky Transavia to Mahon, where the mayonnaise is from. Flight 5475. And another KLM 777-300 to Willemstad, Curaçao is also coming this way. Rohit, hoi. Rohit has a question in Dutch. Does Emirates still fly the A380 to Dubai? I'll be flying on May 26th to Japan via Dubai. If all is well, they should still be flying to Dubai with A380s. They are right now, at least. There is an A380 on Schiphol right now that landed here not too long ago. So they are definitely still flying to Dubai, but you never know what will happen in the world by the time you'll be leaving for Japan. But right now, Emirates is flying A380s to Schiphol. In the meantime, Simon in Jersey just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome to the lounge, Simon, and thank you for your vote of confidence. Sit back and relax, enjoy the 34 custom emojis that you now have at your disposal without any constraints. If you need to know where stuff is or need a tour, ask around, and many have gone before you and will happily show you around. Simon in Jersey just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member, and I welcome you to the lounge. Simon in Jersey, presumably living on the island of Jersey, question mark? Or is it Jersey, USA, New Jersey? KLM Flight 735, rolling to Willemstad, Curaçao, the PHB VW, Bravo Victor Whiskey. Whiskey. Hey Rolf, goedemiddag kerel. You're late to the party, Rolf. Already 2 747s took off via the Polderbaan. That's a pity to have missed, but we had to wait for it a long time, truth be told. Gerrit is looking forward to come to the Polderbaan soon, but I have to be careful because my tooth has been taken out. Now I have to sign off to have dinner. Well, all the best, mate. And looking forward to your next arrival here on the Polderbaan. The weather is getting better slowly but surely, so we'll see you soon enough. I also have to make an appointment with the dental surgeon as well, come to think of it, because they want my wisdom teeth. Something my dentist has been nagging about for a few years now, which I keep postponing. I'm too busy. But I think if I don't want to lose more teeth, I better follow up on the advice, make an appointment. All the best with recovering from your extracted tooth, Gerrit. Right, it's 5 minutes to 2, and I am expecting that the other runway is going to open up soon. I'm not seeing any 747s pinging yet, which you would expect if they were to leave around 2 o'clock. So that begs the question, is there anything interesting still coming this way? Because right now there's a barrage of narrow bodies that I see on Flight Radar in between the main platform area and the Polderbaan area. And like this Embraer, they are all going to be rotating quickly and will only give belly shots. The only wide body that is going to be taking off via this runway is going to be KLM flight 758 to Panama City. I think it's probably going to be very busy at the parking lot of the Spottersplatz itself, looking at the amount of people already at the bridge over there, and also behind me, quite a few people sitting in the grass, as if it were a regular Sunday. Of course, like I said before, school vacations in the Netherlands, which is why a lot of families with young children are here as well. Jordi says never complain about belly shots. Yeah, but you're talking about different types of belly shots, Jordi. Those are definitely not to complain about. Indigo is pinging. It's also 3 minutes to the hour. My guess is that Indigo will be taking off via 36 Center. Could you guys do me a favor, have a look on CDM to see if Indigo is still coming to Polderbaan, or if they are assigning it or have assigned it already to the center runway. Because I think, looking at things on the platform, I might actually honor, I'm going to call it quits otherwise. Don't see any 747s outbound pinging yet. If they're going to Hong Kong, with center also opened up in a moment from now, that's where they're going to be taking off from. So I'm thinking maybe call it quits and be back at it again tomorrow. Hopefully without fog and the same wind, so that I can go to the Kaagbaan and film arrivals there. That's what my original plan for this morning was, until I saw this morning that we had a ceiling at 1,000 feet and Aalsmeerbaan, all the north-south oriented runways were in use for at Schiphol. Interestingly, the TAF on the METAR website was indicating cloudiness and a ceiling of 1,000 feet expected for the upcoming hours, which is why I chose to go to this runway instead. Because I thought if we're going to have 1,000 feet ceiling all throughout the morning, then the Kaagbaan is going to stay closed. Luckily the sun did break through, but by then I had already chosen to go here. Bill Peterson also back in the chat. Good afternoon, Bill. Good to see you again. Just in time for to catch the wrap up. Now I think I'm probably going to wrap up, ladies and gentlemen, because looking at Flight Radar, I don't think that there's anything. Don't think anything interesting is coming here anytime soon, other than the 777. Other than the 777 to Panama City. Martin also back. No, have a great afternoon. He was already announcing his goodbye. Well, I think I am going to wrap up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. It's been a wonderful day. We began with cloudiness all over, but look at how it turned out to become. Hope you guys have enjoyed the show. If you did like what you saw and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like. It will go a long way to bring in more people in future streams and help the channel grow. I should be out again tomorrow. I hope I can go to the Kaagbaan for arrivals, but we'll see. I hope to see you then. Thank you all for joining me today. Big thanks to everybody who supported by liking the chat, liking the stream, and other forms of support. A warm welcome to the new members. A big thanks to all the Big thanks to everybody who gifted memberships. A big thanks for all the other forms of support. A massive big thanks once again to the moderators who helped keep the stream accessible and friendly to all. Hope to see you all tomorrow. Stay safe, stay warm, and take care. And I will see you all tomorrow, guys. Take care. Bye bye.